1, Thursday, February 10th, 2022, and I am calling to order the virtual meeting of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission. My name is Frankie Carrillo, and I am the chair of the commission. As we begin, Wendy Julian, our executive director, will explain how those of you joining us today can participate during this meeting. And then please, Wendy, call the roll.
Will do. Thank you. Good morning and welcome. We are excited to have so many people here today and looking forward to your participation. The POC encourages public participation in all of our meetings and welcome your comments live or in writing today. We'll explain how to do that. There will be an opportunity for public comment on each agenda item as well as at the end of the meeting for items not on the agenda. The way it's going to work is that Chair Carrillo will introduce the item, we'll give a presentation, if any, then we'll take public comment, and then the commissioners will discuss the item and take any action if necessary. The easiest way to make live public comment is to register on WebEx and tell us which item you want to comment on, and then we'll have your name even before the meeting, and we'll call on you during that item. You also can use the cute little raise your hand function. So you can see on your screen, there's a little unshaded hand. When you click on it, it's shaded. That means your hand is raised. And we will be able to see your hand raised and call on you in the order you raise your hand on the item. We'd also ask that you put your hand down after you're done, and then you can raise it again to speak on another item. If you're calling in on the phone, you can also participate live in the meeting today. You can raise your hand by dialing *3 on your phone, and then we'll call you by your phone number. And to put your hand down, you dial *3 again. If you'd like to speak, then you'll have 2 minutes, and that is according to the amount of time that we have. We may reduce it to 1 minute depending on how many people sign up, but generally we're able to do 2 minutes per person. And if you'd like to make a written public comment, if you get it into us before 5 p.m. today, we'll include it in the official record. You email it to info@poc.lacounty.gov. You will see that our meeting is being broadcast live on Facebook today. You can watch the meeting on Facebook Live, but you can't interact with the commissioners on Facebook Live. You also can't interact on Facebook Live in the chat. So if you send messages in the chat, it does not become a part of the public record, and only the host sees it. So the commissioners on the panel will not be able to see it. We encourage you to follow us on social media to have more information about our goings on. And we look forward actually to being able to share more on social media and through our emails that we send out to you very soon. Le damos la bienvenida a ustedes que están con nosotros hoy esta mañana, quienes prefieren hacer sus comentarios en español. Nomás nos tiene que avisar cuando estamos en la parte de la agenda donde usted quiere comentar. Levante su mano usando la manita donde puede oprimir y levantar la mano. Le llamamos y les daremos 4 minutos. Podemos proveer traducción al inglés o usted puede proveer su propio traductor. Al iniciar su comentario, nomás avísenos que prefiere hablar en español. I want to reiterate that while today we are discussing the permanent site selection for Secure Track youth, the Probation Oversight Commission is not the decision-making body on this issue. The Board of Supervisors will make the ultimate decision based on recommendations from the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council's Realignment Block Grant Subcommittee, the RBG as it's called. However, the POC is responsible for making recommendations to the board and to probation, so we are keeping close track of this issue and hoping for a swift resolution, and we don't want a revolution, a resolution that ensures the safety and well-being of youth who've already been dispositioned to the secure track and those who will be in the near and distant future. I'm now going to call the roll. Commissioners, please unmute yourself when your name is called. Commissioner Canales?
Here.
Commissioner Dupuy?
Here.
Commissioner Sean Garcia-Lays is not with us today. Commissioner Jackson?
Good morning. Here.
Commissioner Lewis?
Good morning. Here.
Commissioner Meredith?
Good morning. I'm here.
Commissioner Nong?
Good morning. Present.
Commissioner Yamashiro?
Good morning. Present.
And Chair Frankie Carrillo.
I am here.
Thank you, Chair Carrillo. I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, moving on to item number 2 is the approval of minutes from January 5th public meeting and the January 13th POC monthly meeting. Do we have any written public comments or live public comments for this item, Wendy?
We do not, right, Janae?
That is correct.
Thank you, ladies. Commissioners, can I have a motion to approve January 5th and January 13th minutes?
Motion to approve.
Okay,
second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Canales and seconded by Commissioner Jackson. Was that you, Commissioner Jackson?
Yes, it was. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the minutes? Okay, hearing none, commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on. At this point now, we don't, Wendy's local 685 in the house, are they here?
No, they are not attending today.
Okay. So with that, the POC made an official request for the leadership of Local 685 to join us this morning to discuss the implementation of the LA model and what it needed to move the 15 youth to Kilpatrick, that is Camp Kilpatrick, that is, as soon as possible. But they did not obviously respond to our request and have not joined this meeting. As a result, with your consent, commissioners, we will be working with department and county council to issue them a formal demand to attend our next meeting. In light of that, and in order to accommodate our guest panelists in attendance this morning, we are going to move a few items around. As our next item of business, we're going to start with item number 8, and then we will come back to item number 3. Also, one of our panelists for item number 4 is not available until 10 a.m., so we may move that item up or back around accordingly. So let's move to item number 8. Okay, item number 8. We are going to go, report on the progress of the decarceration of girls in Los Angeles County as outlined in the December 1st, 2021 motion by the Board of Supervisors. Wendy, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Carrillo. I'm very happy to have Luis Rodriguez from the Public Defender's Office here to be able to talk to us about the progress. I just wanted to remind the commissioners and the audience today about what the role of the Probation Oversight Commission is in this. First of all, it's something that is near and dear to my heart, as well as to many of the commissioners who've been discussing and working on this for a very long time. The Probation Oversight Commission has been convening a group of county folks and advocates to discuss how this could be successfully implemented. And then we're very pleased to support the motion that came about through Supervisorial District 1, co-written by District 4, that actually implements the decarceration of girls. And now the Probation Oversight Commission is tasked with reporting back to the board on the progress. And in particular, we're working now on the progress that the Public Defender's Office has made in designing and implementing the multidisciplinary teams, the transition MDTs as they're called, that ensure that each girl or young woman who is incarcerated in Los Angeles County has a group of people, and Luis is going to explain this in much more detail, who will be able to look at their opportunities for having another placement other than incarceration. So Luis is the division chief at the Public Defender's Office around juvenile issues, and will be sharing some of the highlights of the report that he provided back to the board of directors. And it is our role, commissioners, to ensure that the obstacles that they might be facing for implementation are addressed, and also just to ensure that we're actually moving forward with the overall premise of the motion. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Rodriguez, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. And Wendy, thank you very much for the invitation today. Greatly appreciate it. Commissioners, good morning. It's a pleasure to virtually meet you. Many of you, I know a few of you, so it's nice to see you again. And before I begin my comments, really, I want to thank Wendy and the work she's been doing behind the scenes, along with a number of the board offices and a number of community leaders in getting us to this point. And of course, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn and their leadership and their staff in getting this on the board's agenda, getting the full support of the board as we move forward to, I think, an area that has been lacking for many, many decades, and that is thankfully now in the spotlight where it needs to be. So again, thank you, everybody. I've had the pleasure of working with a number of community-based organizations and the named departments as we started in November, working on what this transitional MDT would look like. And of course, the goal for this one is the decarceration of girls and young women. As a public defender now in the office for almost 28 years, I can tell you that this is the kind of collaborative effort that we've been seeking for decades and before me. In that it's not about a confrontational or adversarial environment, rather it's about looking how we can help elevate the issues dealing that these young girls and young women deal with on a daily basis before they come into this system, this being the criminal justice system. And as we went into these meetings back in November with a number of stakeholders, we discussed these issues and we discussed the concerns and we discussed the need to move forward and do something different. And this is that opportunity. The TMDT, as we've been referring to, will be composed of course, it's going to be youth-centered. That is the first and utmost priority that we need to take into mind and into heart, is that this is going to be really, what is it that this girl or young woman needs to be able to survive, just plainly stated. And along with the assistance of the defender, whether it's our office, APD, or IJDP, those attorneys are going to be leading the effort and convening a group of stakeholders from the county and from the community, and especially in the community, those organizations who have been dedicated and really focused on the needs of girls and young women. The MDT will be convened, like I said, because it's youth-centered, it's girl, young woman centered, and evaluating what those needs are, what it is that this young person needs to be able to survive and to get out of this incarcerated state. We have two types of scenarios. One is that the folks who've already been sentenced pre-disposition, and the other folks who are post-disposition. But it's a similar model in that we'll be convening these groups and including probation and the DA's office as well to get their input as to what plan is presented ultimately to the court. As Wendy indicated earlier, ultimately this will be up to the court. But this is going to be the kind of situation where, unlike what we've ever done before, we are focusing just on the needs of this young person. It's not adversarial. And so as we move forward, and I've discussed this with Wendy and other folks in leadership, we're going to need people, both from the county and the community, who are not there to fight. This is not about fighting. That is done in the courtroom between the defenders and the prosecutors. This is about focusing on the needs of this young person to be able to give them the necessary resources that they need to survive. We're long overdue. And LA County leads the way in many ways, many positive ways. Unfortunately, sometimes we lead the way in not the most favorable fashion. But I think this is a great opportunity for us to really make a huge imprint at a national level of best practices of what should be done. Right now we're focusing on girls and young women, but as we've discussed with Wendy and other folks in the board offices, this is a pilot. This is a pilot where hopefully we'll get to that point where every young person who comes into the system and is detained will have this resource available to him, her, or there. So we can advance, again, what their needs are. There'll be plenty of time to fight it out in the courtroom between the defenders and the prosecutors, but this is a different time. And so as far as the Probation Oversight Commission, what I ask of you is, what I've been getting, and thankfully in working with JJCC and JJRBG with probation, is to get assistance. First easy step is we're going to need a list of all these girls and young women who are currently detained. And we're going to need a representative for probation who has those sensitivities to be able to work within the structures of what we intend to be, which is a restorative model for helping these girls and young women. So I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited in that we're finally taking that step that we've talked about, that many people have talked about for a very long time, and finally figured out a way, an easy way. Really, it is an easy way that we can move forward. So let me stop talking. I'll open it up for any questions and comments and welcome that, of course.
Frankie, if I could add a few other things. Thank you so much, Luis, for that background. And I really appreciate your explaining how this is new and different and collaborative and exactly the direction we're looking to go. I wanted to add that in the groups that we've been working with and also in the motion, we've been working on ensuring that this is in alignment with the goals of Youth Justice Reimagined and the Youth Justice work groups. So we've actually had multiple meetings in order to move the work that the Probation Oversight Commission small group into the work that Youth Justice Reimagined has done with the groups that are led by the Burns Institute and others. Also, I just wanted to explain something we've said many times and that Luis just referred to, but it's worth saying again, which is that probation actually makes the binary distinction between girls and boys in the way that they divide their units. However, we're well aware that there are multiple different SOGI statuses that youth have, and that, in fact, the Youth Justice Reimagined group has called this gender responsiveness. So as Louis said, this is a pilot that addresses a concrete and small group of our youth that are in the halls and camps. In fact, just to give you a sense, we're averaging about 25 to 30 girls in the halls at most times, and between 10 and 15 girls in the camps. So this is a manageable number with respect to both conducting the TMDTs that Louise talked about, as well as finding alternatives. I also just wanted to say on behalf of probation, and as Luis was aptly saying, that that Chief Deputy Karen Fletcher is someone who is very interested in this work and has profound experience in actually enacting this in both Santa Clara and San Francisco counties where she was previously. She's not with us today because she is at a BSCC meeting. So she has been part of the meetings, and I feel very optimistic about how we are going forward on the probation side as well to get through the obstacles that Mr. Rodriguez commented about. So with that, Frankie, would you like for us to do public comment and then we can come back to questions from the commissioners?
Yes, but before you do, I want to just thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. That was a great presentation. Proceed, Wendy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair Carrillo.
Okay, so I see two people have raised their hands. We'll call on you. Just a reminder, click on the little raise your hand button, or if you are calling in, dial *3 and we'll call on you. If you have any trouble with that, send a message to the host and Janae will put you on the queue. And that way we can call you, because I don't believe we had any pre-registered comments for this item. So we'll start with call-in user number 9. The number is 714981. And you are unmuted. You can begin.
I'm actually apologize. I'm actually calling about item 3 and 4, so I would retract.
All right, thank you. All right, next up we have Don. If you could put your hand down and then raise your hand when we come to that item, that would be great. Next up we have Don Hutchinson. Don, you can begin. Don Hutchinson, you're unmuted. Okay, we'll go on to Kruti Parekh. Kruti, you're unmuted. You can begin.
Hi, greetings. My name is Kruti Parekh. I'm the coordinator for the Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition. Just a lot of gratitude for the presentation so far. I really want to share with you a little bit from my perspective as a youth worker in Los Angeles for the last 16 years around what Youth Justice Reimagined is. It is centering the young person, and it's building a county that tends to, communicates with, collaborates for the health and wellness of the young person. And I just really appreciate the presentation that follows the culture that is desired for LA County. And I also want to share my real concern that the invitation to the probation department and the union in particular, that there has been a lack of desire for communication. And communication is the first and very basic step. And unfortunately, as someone that's been organizing in LA County for the last 16 years, I have wanted to communicate directly with probation many, many times. And the same block of basic communication has been received for a regular community human being And for the union to be able to say no to the Probation Oversight Commission is insubordination on every level. And if continues to be a situation where an employee or a group of employees is not accountable, because that is the whole point of why Youth Justice Reimagined even happened, was the lack of accountability to the probation department. This is yet another step of what is the POC going to do when employees are insubordinate and not willing to communicate. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kruti. Next up, we have Tanya. Is it Calais? Am I saying that correctly?
Tanya Calais.
Calais. Thank you. Go ahead, Tanya.
Yes, thank you. So I'm a probation officer of 16 years with the LA County Probation Department, and I have worked with girls in various capacities. My question in the youth reimagining process and the decarceration of the female offenders, if someone could just give me an idea, a brief picture of exactly what that looks like when we have a young female offender that commits a very violent 707B offense. Does that mean that she would not be placed in juvenile hall awaiting her judicial process? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other public comment. I'll give people just a second to raise their hand if they want to, and then we can address some of those questions. I don't see anything else. Chair Carrillo, do you want to move on to commissioner comments, or would you like to address those questions directly?
Let's move on to the commissioner's comments. Maybe we can circle back with that question. Commissioners, I'm looking over at the panelist board here. So if you have your hand raised, I'll call on you. So far, I see Commissioner Meredith's hand. So Don, proceed, please.
That was for an earlier issue. I guess I didn't put it down.
All right. Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Carrillo. And thank you for your presentation, Mr. Rodriguez. I will say that I participate in these meetings with Wendy, and I feel that we have a real opportunity in front of us to get this right. And there's real promise on the other side of this opportunity. And so I'm really excited about all the activity that's happening with the decarceration of young women. I do have a question, which is that who's involved in the needs assessments of the young women? And I guess part B of that question is whether MDTs are designed before or after the needs are determined.
Jackson, to answer your question, who's involved? Excuse me. The meeting will be convened by the defender based on conversations that he or they have had with the client who is currently incarcerated. Like I said earlier, this is about the youth. Mm-hmm. This is about what she, her, they want. So after that conversation, then it is up to the defender, with the assistance of probation, to convene the various community and county partners. I've received a list from every department except for probation as to who their representative will be, along with CBOs. The defender will then contact the necessary county partners and CBOs to convene the MDT. At that MDT, that's when the youth will have the opportunity to share their experiences as to what the needs are. Based on that, then the assessment is done, then recommendations are provided, and then a report is made. And at a second phase, probation and the DA's office will be involved as well. Now, the first phase is separate from the other because we're dealing with confidentiality issues that sometimes involve discussing the nature of the offense. And therefore, like I said before, we don't want this to be an adversarial situation where the youth feels restrained to discuss what she there would have to talk about, right? In the second phase, the youth is still involved, the community partners, the county stakeholders, probation, and the DA's office is involved for further discussion. At that point, a report will be prepared and present it to the court. Now it's going to be in one of two ways. Like I said, if it's predisposition, as it was indicated in the report out, it will be fashioned in what is known as a William H. type hearing before the court. If it's a post-disposition matter, the youth has already been sentenced, then it's a reconsideration by the court as to placement, whether current and continuing incarceration is the proper form. That's, again, when the report will be provided. So just shorthanded, we're going to involve as many people as we can. But again, the focus will be what this girl, young woman there want and need.
Are families at all involved in that process? I'm assuming
yes. And my apologies. Families are involved and credible messengers are involved as well. You know, unfortunately, sometimes our youth don't have a family representative involved in their life. So we have somebody who they feel close to, but we do want to have a credible messenger as well. That is the other dynamic that hasn't been used before, which is the involvement of credible messengers.
Great, thank you for that. I also have another question, which is about.
Would you mind if I just address an answer to that question really quickly? And I'm not sure whether this was the reason that you asked, but I do think it also relates to Kruti's comment, which is that we've had multiple conversations about the overlap conceptually between these transition MDTs and the YES teams that are contemplated by Youth Justice Reimagined. And I actually feel really good about the conversations that happened within the groups of advocates, some of Kruti's colleagues and youth from Layup and folks who came to the conclusion that there are actually two separate purposes for MDTs and YES teams, in the sense that, as Mr. Rodriguez just explained, there are lots of systems folks involved in the transition MDTs, including the public defender and the DMH representatives or people from probation, and that the concept of a YES team is much more of a outside of the system, community-based, needs-based, youth-focused team, but that it would be important once the YES teams are established for members of the YES teams to be able to be part of the MDTs. So that is part of the conversation around the alignment of this process with the Youth Justice Reimagined goals, and it is something that's actively being discussed in the Youth Justice Work Group, as well as within the supervisorial districts who are managing the outcomes of this specific motion.
Okay, was Mr. Rodriguez aware of the conversation between the sort of distinction between the YES teams and the MDTs?
We talked about it mostly in the sense that the MDTs needed to continue and to be as youth-centered, as Kruti mentioned, as youth-centered and collaborative and restorative as possible, but with the understanding that with all those systems folks in the meeting, it really is impossible to reach the goal that the YES team puts forward, so that they needed to be, that we need to continue down both paths.
Sure. Thank you for that, Wendy. Is it okay for me to ask my second question?
Of course.
Okay, great. This is also addressed to Mr. Rodriguez. I wanted to know the progress in identifying the wraparound services once those needs are determined. I know that we've been focusing more on the formulation of the MDTs, the needs assessment, that type of thing, but discussion on educational services, vocational opportunities, things like that. Any progress?
Well, we haven't started yet, so there's been no progress.
Yeah, I mean.
The idea is we're going to rev this up as soon as possible. And to remind everybody, this is for the girls, young women who are currently detained. Moving forward, we hope that this pilot becomes best practices, that this becomes the model that we employ, not only for this gender-based issue, but for all youth, period, when they come into custody. So, as far as progress, I can't report on that right now because we haven't started it.
Progress in identifying who the best, at least sort of a pool of CBOs, different stakeholders, different programs, different services, because once we do make some meaningful progress, we want to have that already in place, right?
So yes, let me phrase it this way. Yes, there has been progress. The initial meeting that we had back in November included a number of CBOs. But the focus there was the needs of girls and young women. Now, as we move forward, the CBO pool will expand, but a lot of it has to do with the engagement of the defender working through probation in making sure that we have access to this young person, right? And have that conversation with him or her or there. I am very optimistic because, like I said before, we have to go in with a mindset that this is not an adversarial setting, that here we are focused on the youth. And how we move forward is really determined by the players involved in these MDTs. And that's how we will determine progress.
Thank you so much for your comments. Other
Thank you.
commissioners want to speak?
Thank you, Vice Chair Jackson. I see Commissioner Nung's hand up as well.
Hi, good morning. Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for your presentation, and thanks to all who have been involved in developing this important step forward. I really appreciate also the acknowledgement that and desire that this is only a pilot and that hopefully it will be applied to the larger general population of young people caught in the system. Just had one question, Mr. Rodriguez, just a point of clarification. You had mentioned that this is very complex since you've been asking for help from different agencies, departments, and I couldn't tell. I believe you may have an ask for this commission, but I wasn't sure. So if you could clarify that.
Well, let me see. I asked for contacts for each entity. And by that, I meant when we met back in November, we had a number of county departments, CBOs, who were part of this task or work group. And during that process, I asked for that each entity to name their contact person, because that person will be part of the MDT. So that's what I was referring to. What I referenced with probation, I haven't received a named contact person for probation. And these folks will be actively involved in the MDT.
Okay, so I just so I'm hearing you correctly, at least for right now, there isn't anything active that you're asking the commission to do beyond strongly urge the probation department to give to you the name contact.
Yes, and the names of the currently incarcerated girls and young women. This way we're able to determine, like I said, between the alternate public defender's office, IJDP, and our office, we probably represent about 100% of the girls and young women who are currently detained. But we need a current list to make sure that everybody is contacted. Now, I want to make sure everybody's mindful. So there may be one or two of these girls, young women who will not be released based on the severity of the offense or the fact that she or there has already been sentenced. But we're still going to prepare this report because I think whether the youth gets released or not, at least we'll have a support plan ready for this youth of what their need as we move forward.
And again, sorry, just to clarify, you're saying that you have both asked the probation department to give you a named representative to participate in these MDTs and have also asked for the names of all the girls and young women and gender expansive young people that would qualify for this program, and they have not responded to either request. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I've been in communication with Chief Deputy Fletcher, and I know folks are busy, but as soon as we get that information, we'll be ready to roll.
Okay, so those are the only two obstacles to moving forward, is getting a response from probation. Is that right?
Just their assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nung. I see Commissioner Lewis's hand up as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Carrillo. So I want to share one thing, and then I'm trying to understand. So first, ARC has been involved in quite a number of MDTs for the youth in Berry Jade. None of them have been young ladies, though, and we've been contacted by usually the public defender that's representing the youth. And in these MDTs, there are probably anywhere from 25 to 30 participants, including probation, LACO. It covers a wide range of different services and a number of community-based organizations. My question is, so normally MDT is scheduled by probation, and then the public defender or the attorney that's representing the individual reaches out to different, because that's who the contact has been for ARC, whoever the attorney is that's representing the youth. Also, that's also who reached out to Healing Dialogues in Action and a couple other community-based organizations that have been in some of these MDTs for the boys. Is the same thing happening for girls? Because like in many instances, as I understand it, there are some specialized areas or community-based organizations that work with young girls and young women. And is that happening specifically with public defenders pulling them into the MDT meetings or that are going to be scheduled?
Commissioner Lewis, to answer your question, this proposal or this report out has not started yet. So an answer to your part of your question is, as a general group, it has not started yet. Now, as a matter of practice of what we do as defenders, whether it's us, APD, or the panel, we've been doing that for any youth who we are able to call for an MDT or get involved with an MDT, regardless of gender or gender identity. So yes, and no. We've been doing it for a while. We're going to continue doing it, but on this specific issue, we have not started yet. And part of it is, again, we needed to do the report out. We need to convene a number of folks so we can work out the kinks in the protocol that we're going to work through. We still need to meet with the court. You know, the court's not going to comment on this, understandably so, but we need to inform them that this is going to be the standard practice moving forward.
Okay, my apologies. I'm trying to understand, because we've been involved with at least maybe 24 of these MDTs. None of them have been girls. And now I'm trying to understand, like, I guess just point blank, why is that? Like, I can understand maybe because we don't specialize, but there are some services that we can provide. And if it's happening for the boys, like, and I understand this report had to be written, et cetera, but why wasn't it, because there's no report that had to happen for it to happen for the young men. Why isn't it happening for the young ladies simultaneously? I guess that like, in other words, if the young men are getting any type of service, the young women should also be getting the exact same opportunities for services, resources, just as robustly. And so I'm trying to understand why that part hasn't happened simultaneously.
I disagree with you, Commissioner, because we have had MDTs for young girls or young women. That has happened. A current example is we had the Hannah Tubbs case out of Lancaster, transgender girl, where we had an MDT. So we have had that. Now, this is different in that in this one, the defense attorney is leading the effort. I can't speak to what's happened before with probation leading the MDTs. I can't speak for them. But as far as our attorneys are concerned, I can tell you that we have been engaged in MDTs for both girls and young boys. And I think you may be, there is a distinction. You may be talking about the SYTFs, which the majority are boys. We haven't had, with the exception of Hannah, Hannah's the only girl who we had an SYTF for, MDT, okay? But before the SYTF, we have had MDTs for girls and boys. And again, I can only speak to what our office has been doing.
Carrillo, I'm sorry, I don't know how to raise my hand. I apologize. Can I just offer a point of clarification?
Absolutely.
Thank you. On MDTs. Traditionally, MDTs have not been done for regular POP kids at the juvenile halls. They've been predominantly done for camp youth. at both boy and girl camps. So Commissioner Lewis, that's perhaps maybe why your group hasn't been involved or invited in MDTs for young women, if they haven't set them up or traditionally done them at the juvenile hall.
So we have credible messengers that also go into Kirby for the girls, and before it was Kirby, it was Camp Scott and Scudder, but have never been involved in the MDTs for those. And that's why I'm just trying to understand, like, is maybe there's a gap that I'm not seeing. I'm just trying to have a better understanding so that we can provide more resources or referrals to be able to support the young girls and young ladies that are coming out of these, like, just being able to connect with another CBO to say, hey, reach out to this PD or this person to make sure that your services are being offered.
That could be it, that your organization is not on the MDT coordinator's radar. Every site at camp has MDT coordinators who have who send those invitations and know who is involved in the care of the youth and whose reentry contacts will be. So it's just a matter of getting you introduced to those folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Dupuy?
Thank you for your presentation. I really am looking forward to working more on this issue with you. I was curious about I think you touched on it a bit, but I was really curious about the SYTF. And I think this might go a little bit to the question that was asked in the public comment. But for SYTF girls, I'm under the impression is there only one right now?
Correct. There's only one.
And like in the whole spirit of decarceration, but also providing girls that are going to have to stay for some reason, they're providing them support. How are those girls being supported? Because if there's one girl in SYTF, who does she engage with? Who does she interact with? You know, I'm under the impression that she might be by herself for the majority of her day. Can you speak a little bit to the plan for girls who are SYTF now and maybe in the future?
This is a, part of it is, we only had one SYTF, and that's with Hannah Tubbs. And some of that information is not public information that I can share. But what I can tell you is that we've been working with Probation and a number of providers to see what kind of services can be provided to her. And I can tell you, Chief Gonzalez has been involved in that discussion. I'm very confident of what services Hannah will be provided. And I think that is an example of, if we reach that unfortunate point where more girls, young women do end up in SYTF, at least we'll have an experience that we've learned from of what we can do moving forward. I hope that answers your question.
I think it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see Vice Chair Commissioner Jackson's hand back up.
Yeah, it's important to us that we protect the identity of youth. And so I ask that we not disclose the names of subjects that we're talking about in conversations like this, especially publicly. That's all.
Thank you.
Just so you know, that name was mentioned because it's no longer, the hearing that that client had was not a public hearing. And that was, I'm sure many of you saw it in the media, but other than her, trust me, we will not discuss the names of the people. And similarly, I can't get into details as to what services are being provided for her.
I guess I'll close this agenda item Mr. Rodriguez with the question, I'm sure, and I want to support all of my commissioners, but you mentioned twice the question will be raised like you left it with like whatever they want as a response to their if they want to accept the services or not, whatever they may be at this point. I just want to be kept abreast about how and what is being said to the youth to in the introduction of this new program, this new pilot program. I would hate for one of the youth to either not understand it, be unaware of what the benefits would be, and almost like recline, I suppose deny the service because either fear or nowhere to go or lack of understanding. So I hope that at that juncture of just basically introducing the pilot project to the youth, it's like, as you said, this restorative tone, and that they get it, they really, really get it, because it seems to be an amazing once of a lifetime opportunity where they will be equipped with the support they need 100 times over. So I think that initial juncture is critical as well.
And I appreciate your comments, Chair Carrillo. And I'm going to put my attorney hat back on. But as many folks, we are not allowed to disclose any conversations that we have with our clients. And that includes how we present the benefits of the TMDT. That's a privileged communication. And so unfortunately, I'm not going to share it with anybody other than folks within our department who are protected by the attorney-client privilege. But like I said to you before, and I'm one of many, because really this comes down to, as I mentioned before, it's really going to be led by the defense attorney, whether it's from our office or the panel, to take that effort. But I can give you my word from the public defender's office, and I think I can speak for the other two offices, is that we're taking this to heart. This is very special to all of us. So we're going to move forward in the best way that we can to protect this individual.
Thank you so much for all those questions you answered, Mr. Rodriguez.
Chair Carrillo, could I
Yes,
just
Wendy.
address really quickly the second
course.
public comment? I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Dupuy said, and something that I learned actually in the little subcommittee that we had about girls' decarceration, which is that often policy discussions on how to move forward get caught up in talking about outlier cases, which include both the case that we're discussing at Barry J right now because of the young person's age, as well as the example that was given in public comment. And that is in fact not the situation of the vast majority of the girls and young women and boys and young men in the system. So in making good policy decisions, I think it's really crucial to think through what's best for most of the youth. And then that's exactly why the concept was for the defenders to run these multidisciplinary team meetings, because they have a focus on the individual needs of the youth, the defenders and the meetings themselves. And so it could look at things on a case-by-case basis. And then I also just wanted to say, as Commissioner Dupuy notes, there has actually been a fairly clear decision in terms of consensus about what will happen with secure track girls. That has been in the RBG committee reports, as well as discussed at the board around Dorothy Kirby being the placement for that. So I'm not sure, and maybe Adam could clarify whether that's an official decision as of yet, but it does seem that there's broad consensus about that as the recommendation going forward.
Yeah, good morning, commissioners. That has been the consensus both amongst the subcommittee and the department. There are very specific concerns that we have with the person that's been mentioned to SYTF. That one is a little bit nuanced, as folks may have seen in the media, and so we're really trying to learn as best we can the most appropriate path forward for that individual. But typically, should a young woman come through the process with us, kind of the other route, that the plan would be for Dorothy Kirbyson. And I apologize for being sort of nebulous and vague, but yeah, this particular individual presents some significant challenges for the department.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Moving on to Mr. Rodriguez, thank you so much. Who is that?
Chair Kadir, sorry, I re-raised my hand. I do have a
Oh, I'm
question.
so sorry.
No, that's
Of
okay.
course.
Actually, I was wondering if I could stay with Mr. Bettino for this question, which is, again, there's been a lot of really great work going on, and it sounds like there's one concerning holdup, and that is really just linked to the probation department. And what it sounds like is the lack of giving an identified person to be involved and the list of young people. And so I understand the spirit of collaboration, and Mr. Rodriguez is being very kind and patient, but I was wondering if you could both explain what the delay is, see if you could commit to when you could provide the information needed. And if it is sort of a question of resources or other things, that also helps to be able to name these so that the commission or others can really help try to find solutions and support you if that's where the holdup is, or wherever the holdup is.
This morning's the first I've heard of the concern. Chief Deputy Karen Fletcher has been very engaged in conversations on this matter, as Wendy mentioned. There should be no additional holdup. I think it's just a matter of circling back and getting that information, both who the person from probation will be, and we obviously know who's currently with us, which young ladies are currently with us. So there's no issue with providing that information there. We want to continue to collaborate to move this forward, but having this morning be the first time I'm hearing about it, it's hard for me to answer exactly when we can have that, but I don't foresee any issue in it being able to identify that within a matter of days.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and hope that that's true and that happens. Thank you.
Commissioner Lewis, I see your hand is still up. Is that from a previous comment, or do you have another comment you want to make?
Previous comment.
Okay, so before we move on, Vice Chair Jackson, just please lower your hand unless you have another comment. But we will be moving on to item number 3. Thank you. Item number 3, we will have an update and opportunity to take appropriate action on progress the Los Angeles County Probation Department has made towards implementing and enhancing the LA model at Campus Kilpatrick and elsewhere pursuant to September 21st, 2021 Board of Supervisors motion, and plans to move the youth already designated as Secure Track Youth to Campus Kilpatrick as the interim facility. We will first hear briefly from Executive Director Wendy Julian, then from Chief Deputy Bettino. Wendy, please proceed.
Thank you. So I will give the update that I was planning to give about this motion about implementation of the LA model, although clearly this is the item on the agenda in which we were hoping to have a conversation with Local 685. So so my presentation will be fairly short and with not as many opportunities for questions, and you all can address that as you see fit. I will say that since the last meeting, I've had the opportunity to learn a significant amount about the progress being made at Campus Kilpatrick, including through a site visit. And I am very appreciative to Director Bay and the team at Campus Kilpatrick for making that happen, as well as I am now a member of I'm going to call it the wrong thing, but I think it's the Stakeholders Council, which is what was originally contemplated as part of the LA model for being able to ensure that there are multiple voices. And my colleague Alan Datcher of the Youth Commission has been invited to participate in that. And we're looking at being able to have a significant and profound conversation about the community participation of community-based organizations, credible messengers, and others at Campus Kilpatrick, but I think more importantly, throughout the department. That's one of the things I want to reiterate about this motion is that while it is focused on Campus Kilpatrick because of that being the site of the LA model, I believe that the underlying message there is bringing the LA model to all of the facilities throughout the county and taking the things that are learned and in practice and implementing them elsewhere. And the department has already taken steps to begin that, in particular at Barry J. Nydorf with some of the Secure Track youth. So in particular, some of the journaling exercises and DBT exercises used at Campus Kilpatrick are being implemented there. I will say, I think there are some concerns that won't surprise any of you related to COVID. I mean, when I was there were multiple cottages on quarantine. It has been a tremendous challenge for the department and LACO and especially the youth and staff at these facilities with the outbreak of the Omicron variant and how contagious it has been. It is really difficult to run operations and programming in a normal way and maintain safety. So it's difficult, I think, for me to make a real comment about the way that programming has been implemented until we're back to a place where most of the youth at Kilpatrick and other places are officially out of quarantine. So with that being said, I'll say I'm very pleased with the progress. The staff training is going very well. They intend to have that completed by the end of March. It's Director Bay and some other probation staff who are implementing that programming. They are really passionate about the small group model and the other pieces of the LA model that are being implemented there, and I'm pleased to see it. I will say that with respect to moving the secure track youth to Kilpatrick, I shared with the supervisors and the commissioners some very objective information about some of the capacity issues at Campus Kilpatrick that I think do have an impact on this. Just in short, there are capacity issues related to school space, related to sleeping space for youth, in terms of the need for having cottages for programming, mindfulness, cool down periods, as well as perhaps most importantly, problems with sleeping space for staff. And that relates to the 56-hour work week where you have staff who sleep over, and about half or more of those staff are using Camp Gonzales as the sleeping quarters at this time. And so in order to move forward with having more youth at Campus Kilpatrick, whether they be secure track or not, there needs to be something to address the sleeping quarters issue and or the 56-hour work week issue. So that was the point of the conversation with the labor representatives today that we will not be able to have. And with that, I'll just ask Adam if you had anything else you wanted to add on this item in terms of updates. There haven't been any official updates from the department due since our last meeting, but we will certainly share those publicly and review them when we receive them.
Thanks, Wendy. And I think you really summarized it well. As mentioned, the training is going to be.
I think we lost you, Adam.
Yeah. What the
Oh, I
heck?
can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Right.
Nope,
think
it's just spinning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I don't have anything else to add. My WebEx is spinning. This is amazing. This happened last time. So as for now, as you shared, the real challenge has been specifically around the SYTF and moving to Kilpatrick. We are working through very quickly kind of a short, medium, and long-term plan around staffing. And as you mentioned, we're excited that the programming is moving forward. That's training around the developmental stage system is in place, which is the interactive journaling. So we're moving forward with that at a good pace. The staffing is going to remain somewhat problematic, but we're moving to kind of seek to mitigate some of the issues that we're finding around the sleeping quarters one, and then for this secure youth track, we really want to make sure that we're recruiting staff, that we are selecting folks who first of all are qualified, and then kind of as a 1A that really want to work with this population. So we're having accelerated conversations with labor and other folks to make that happen. But there are, again, the things that we need to try to solve sooner than later are the housing quarters. And then we're seeking to see if we can even get volunteers to go to work 8-hour shifts. But that's going to prove to be somewhat problematic because most of our staff do not live in the area. So just again, those same roadblocks are in place, but we are excited about the progress moving forward. And I will say the quarantine numbers are coming down. They are, I think a lot of our facilities are being lifted from quarantine. I don't think any of the camps are currently under quarantine, which is a really good sign. I think our cases are trending with the rest of the county and coming down. So that's encouraging. And that's all I'll say at this point. And I'm going to try to fix my connection here. I might need to call in.
Okay. Wendy, anything else?
That's all for me. Happy
Okay.
to
Do we
public
have?
comment.
Yep. Do we have any public comments?
We do. We don't have any pre-registered public comment. I would like to remind public commenters that we are on item number 3. Item number 4 is about permanent site selection for secure track for youth that are dispositioned to the secure track. So we will not be taking comments about that question in this section. This item number 3 is for the implementation of the LA model at Campus Kilpatrick and moving secure track youth to Campus Kilpatrick at this time. The important reason for that is that we have a lot of folks who are here. We have a number of folks from the RBG subcommittee and want to give an update on that so you can hear it before you give public comment. So I will go ahead and call your name, but if you're going to talk about permanent site selection, I'm going to stop you and ask you to give your comments under item number 4. So we'll start off with call-in user number 9. That's 714981.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Tim Hepburn, Mayor Laverne, and I appreciate you clarifying that. Good morning, Commission, and Mr. Bettino and his staff. I'm glad to hear that we're looking at Kilpatrick. I know that Applebell Page has been considered, but we won't go into that one, but I'm glad to hear that we're looking at Barry J. Neidorf, but also looking at Kilpatrick. And I know there's nuances with Kilpatrick due to the fact of how far it is, and also for people that have to, the employees have to stay longer, but it is an LA model, and I do agree that that we should make sure that that the campuses that we have currently, that they should all be made LA models, so that we can have these secure youth facilities, but just youth facilities that are designed for the reimagined of the DJJ system and what the Commission wants, and also what the supervisors want. So I appreciate that. I look forward to hearing this in the future. It sounds like we're getting close to some kind of a decision. If we can get the labor unions together to make it work for everyone, that would be great. And thank you guys. I appreciate where you're looking forward to this and utilizing current facilities and using our taxpayer dollars wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Damon Ayala.
Okay, hello and good morning, everybody. My name is Damon Ayala. I'm a social work intern at USC with Dignity and Power Now and LA Youth Uprising. And more importantly, I'm a concerned citizen with lived experience within the walls of LA County youth facilities, including Barry J. Neidorf. And during my short time here in the youth space, you know, I've learned that there's that little has changed over the time since I was there and locked up in those facilities over 40 years ago. So some of the common themes that endure from the time I was there to the stories I hear now through these meetings are things like worms and bugs in food, insufficient clothing and hygiene protocols, little to no programming, excessive isolation, and other inhumane treatment. So, I mean, I would just ask what makes any reasonable person, including yourselves, think that Sylmar Juvenile Hall will ever be a suitable location for restorative justice for the secure youth treatment disposition young people. These conditions aren't conducive to healing and restorative justice as called for by Youth Justice Reimagined. The Board of State and Community Correction agree, citing both halls as unsuitable less than a year ago. And again, who among us really believes that dressing up an old jail facility with a proven track record of failure will ever suffice? I don't know where this I've heard talk of a pilot at Barry J. Where did that come from? You know, other governmental bodies have crossed off this facility as a possibility. So I urge you to say yes to healing, yes to Kilpatrick, and no to adding further trauma to the lives of young people affected by your decisions. So, you know, people over property values,
Mr. Ayala, that's
and
your
say
time.
no to Silmar Juvenile Hall. Thank you.
We welcome you to the meeting. Thanks for joining us. Melinda Kakani-Millie, you're up next. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, this is Millie Kakani with Children's Defense Fund California. I just wanted to lift up the fact that the probation union opted to ignore this commission's formal invitation to appear, both before you all and before the public. This is the same group of people who is charged with caring for these young people, caring in quotes, on a daily basis, the same group of people, or at least individuals who have shown up to public spaces, who have mocked advocates quoting what has been reported by young people to the Probation Oversight Commission, what's been in the Attorney General's complaint, what's been reported by the BSCC, saying that these things are lies. In fact, Hans Liang, I believe the head of 685, was quoted saying these things aren't true. We've got cameras and they haven't been recorded. And that is so incredibly dismissive, upsetting, offensive. And yet these people opted not to show up today to defend their moves in keeping these young people at Barry J, in refusing to follow the board's directive and figure out a way to get these young people to Kilpatrick. It's upsetting, it's shameful, I'm urging this commission to exercise its power as a leg of the Board of Supervisors to demand that the union show up and explain why it is that they have opted to ignore a directive by the board and why they've opted essentially to continue to harm young people by keeping them trapped at Barry J. Nydorf, in any part of Barry J. Nydorf, which again is not just a horror by way of the young people who've reported that, by way of Damon Ayala, who just spoke, but also by way of the Attorney General and the Board of State and Community Corrections and the OIG and a federal consent decree. The list goes on and on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jennifer Simison. Jennifer, you can begin.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Simpson. I'm a community member in the city of Laverne, live up on Golden Hills. And I wanted to bring up back in December when I was listening to your meeting, I remember Dolores said that she had gone and searched all the camps. And when she went to Kilpatrick, she said that that they said that if the school was larger, that there would be plenty of room for, they had more housing available. And I just wanted to remind you that that seems like when I look at that space and I look at the overall land area and how away it is from so much of a community and room for expansion and the location, it just seems like a beautiful place to put your money into and help reimagine them and start off your reimagination and figuring out how to do it at Kilpatrick. And I believe that she said that if they just had a larger school, that they would be able to facilitate and help with the growth. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Danita Beauchamp. Danita, give us 1 second here. I'm worried Janae may have frozen there because there's something strange that just happened with the mute button. Janae, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm just navigating. Sorry about that.
No problem. We're going on to Danita Beauchamp. Okay, Danita, you can begin.
Okay, I wanted to ask the question, and I know it can't be addressed right at this moment, but how is this going to affect the County Board of Supervisors voted on Tuesday to proceed with the forced mandate of vaccination of all LA County employees. And so they'll either be dismissed or retire early or they will no longer be there. How is this going to affect this program if you're already facing serious staffing shortages and if the final location is elsewhere? I know in past meetings, employees called in and said that they wouldn't make the trek to a further location, such as the camps at Laverne, Afrabah, Page. So I think in defense of the probation union didn't want to be represented in this meeting, I think they're in a little bit of uncharted waters in terms of they don't even know if they're going to be employed in, when this all gets implemented. So I want to know what the probation oversight committee's plan B is should these employees get dismissed or what have you. What is their plan B? I mean, you have to have somebody facilitating these locations and dealing with these youths. On Monday night's meeting, you had several employees discuss positive changes that are taking place at Kilpatrick. But if they're part of the group that have chosen not to be vaccinated, how is this positivity going to continue and we not lose ground with these youths that we are trying to make change for and improve their lives? So I would address that to the board of what their plan is if the people are dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, we are on item number 3, talking about implementation of the LA model at Kilpatrick. The next item is about permanent site selection for youth who are dispositioned to the secure track. So if you'd rather speak about that, please put your hand down and put it up under item number 4 after we've had our presentation. Next up, we have Krista Newbold. Krista, you can go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to speak on Local 635. I can't speak for them as far as them not being here, but I think that if you guys take a moment to read the MOU, which is in a public space, and in particular Articles 1, 2, 3, and 15, it would pretty much tell you why they're not here. And it would probably give you some insight on how to deal with them in the future if you take the time to read the MOU and the contract. That memorandum of understanding deems them only to have to speak to management. If it would appear if they came here, it would be out of courtesy. And even if they complied with the demand to show, it doesn't mean that they would say much, just like 721 did not say much. It would probably be the same instance. So I would probably suggest that you read the MOU and just like the book, The Art of War, learn them and then come at them from the back way to speak to them a little differently. It would probably help a lot. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Thomas Bell. Thomas, you can begin.
Hi, thank you very much. First question for the probation. Why does Kilpatrick have to be 8 hours? No one lives that way. Most people who work can't work it because they love the schedule. Why does it have to be 8 hours? You're gonna have a hard time finding people willing to work there on an 8-hour shift. I'll be willing to work the STF camp, but I'm not doing it for 8 hours. I need the 56 hours. And then with the union part, just remember the union is a group of people. So you guys have always had union people speaking. I'm part of the union. Ms. Noble part of the union. Anybody who speaks with probation and is aligned staff is part of that union. So you've always had union representation. If you want union leadership, they've been there too. I've been going to the prick meetings. And last time we had, I think one of our exec members on a prick meeting, he was getting cussed out, threatened. That was the first meeting. You guys know who, if you look at the video, you know who it was. So why would they want to come to something like this so they could get yelled at, cussed out? It's all about the image. We have to change the image. If we can show that we could work together, I believe they'd be more willing to show up. But as far as union representation, the union is the people, and we've always been here speaking and giving our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kent Mendoza.
I think I went for.
Kent, can you give me 1 second? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to give you the full 2 minutes. I'm just going to say, then next we have Stephen Weard. And I'm going to recommend, Chair Carrillo, that we end public comment on this item after Stephen, if that's okay with you.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, thank you for letting me interrupt you, Kent, and you have the floor.
Yeah, I was gonna wait for the second item. I mean, for item 4, but I guess I just talked since I'm already talking. I just just wanted to just again, reiterate with some, not the previous one person, but I think the other persons about, just a hard note to Bird J. Night of, I think that we need, I support, the LA model. I think we definitely have to implement all of those aspects of it, as well as the YJR values and aspects of that as well into all of our facilities that are gonna have any young people in them, and obviously implement credible messages and all that. But I just just wanted to remind people that as of today, LA County's juvenile hall, specifically Barry J. Idaho, which were the kids who are supposed to be moved to Camp Kilpatrick to start the programming. As of today, Barry J. Idaho is still out of compliance per the Board of State and Community Corrections. There is a meeting today happening as we speak, actually, where they are actually talking about the 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like at least 7 out of compliances that they still haven't met or more, which are about county. It's about room confinement. One talking about room confinement. One around county inspections, and there's just a lot. So just to let y'all know again that it's urgent that we get moving with this LA model implementation at Kilpatrick and really start just listening to the people that have been working in these issues really closely. There's a lot of stakeholders that have been engaged in the LA model process, the YJI process, and all of these things. People have had the opportunity, probation department, everybody. So I think that we just need to really get into the solutions and stop waiting, because at the end of the day, the people that suffer, it's not probation staff, it's the young people. They're sitting in a cell right now, just waiting to see what's going to happen next in the next days or months. So just remind y'all, these county juvenile halls are still out of compliance as we speak, and they're talking about it at the state level right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Next up, we have Stephen Ward. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
It's no problem. Stephen Ward. Just had, I appreciate the update from Director Julian. I was also looking forward to hearing from Local 685 to hear their concerns. It's disappointing that they failed to show up and speak to the commission and the community here today. I guess my question really is, with the capacity issues at Camp Kilpatrick in terms of the school space, sleeping quarters for staff and the youth that are hopefully going to be sent there in the near future, has there been any kind of determination as far as what the cost would be to build out additional cottages to be able to support the programming at that facility? I know Campus Kilpatrick has received a bulk of funding to be able to implement the LA model. And I'm just curious about the cost to address some of those concerns to build out the facilities to be able to accommodate the youth and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Carrillo, that's the end of public comment on this issue.
Thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments? And I'll be looking over at your hands, raised hands here. And the first one I see is Commissioner Young.
Hi, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Bettino. Before this meeting, I was going back and looking at my notes for which this issue has been discussed at every single meeting for the past 3 meetings, so since November specifically, and actually in October, when there were already 10 kids who were got a disposition to the secure track. And you noted some progress and efforts that are being made around the sleeping quarters and seeking volunteers for 8-hour shifts, and developing short, medium, and long-term plans. And I do appreciate that there's a lot of creativity going around and trying to get around some of the obstacles that these labor negotiations are posing. But these 3 things you mentioned were also mentioned at least in the last 2 meetings. So having it been 2-3 months now, I'm not going to ask you to estimate when it'll be resolved, because I know you can't do that. But just wondering, even if you could say what progress was made in the last month, or even the last 2 months on these issues, because I know you've been trying, but just trying to get a better sense of sort of the nature and level of the stalling that's been happening.
Mm-hmm. First of all, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. My laptop hates WebEx. I don't know what is going on. So you're right. I think it has been something that everyone has grown seriously impatient at this point, and we've struggled, to be honest, to really kind of wrap our arms around how we compel our labor force to move in a certain direction. So we have made some headway, I would say, in terms of really the planning phase about, like I mentioned, kind of short, medium, long term. So the way that we envision this playing out is that we would be very specific and deliberate about moving young people. And so it won't be, so as of yesterday morning, we have 17 young people who are now ordered secure youth track. And so it would be ensuring that the young people we move are prepared and ready to go and work a program in an open dorm setting. So we're changing the setting in terms of environment pretty drastically. And so there has to be some preparedness done and really trying to wrap our arms around what programming is available currently. How are we going to do school, given that there's security and safety concerns about mixing population and moving young people through the facility all at the same time and things like that. So those are some of the things that we're working through. But what's accelerated just in the last couple of weeks, Commissioner Nong, is really it's sort of throwing our hands up, frankly, and saying, okay, we need to just really be strategic about, if we move 4 youth, how many staff do we need there? And really strategic about pushing forward our recruitment process. And again, there's all of these bureaucratic hurdles that we're bound to, both in the way that we move outside of, so anything that we do that's outside of the MOU with our labor partners, so if we want to recruit staff, as opposed to going through the bidding process, that requires we sit down with labor and discuss what it is that we're trying to accomplish. And at every phase, there's sort of this check-in that we need to do with our labor partners. So the timeline's insufficient. The amount of time that this has taken is insufficient. I think all parties at this point are frustrated, but I do feel like we've had a little bit more progress made, and there's some other things that are happening to force our hand a little bit, and so I think we're getting moving in a direction that makes a lot more sense. And I will share too that we have now sort of entered officially bargaining season, I guess we would call it. I don't really know. So 685's contract has expired as of, I want to say, January 31. And so we are officially kind of in that window where we will be getting to the table and going through the official bargaining and the official back and forth. That doesn't preclude us from moving forward in this manner, though. So the two things can happen concurrently. And so it doesn't, it probably doesn't feel like progress based on the updates that we're providing. I will say on our end, it does feel like we've accelerated some things, and we're putting some more concrete planning together. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer, and I do recognize that there is progress in how you frame things in the specific strategy, and just want to appreciate what at least the probation department is doing to try to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Yamashiro, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Carrillo. I guess my first question is just a point of procedure on the question of what to do about the letter and the, I guess it's Local 685 refusal to attend and answer questions. Is that something that we're going to take up in this agenda item, and like what are our next steps, or is that something that would be taken up at a later point in today's meeting?
It seems appropriate for me to do it now. Alex, would you agree with that?
Yes, Wendy, I agree.
Okay. Well, so I just wanted to, this is more of a, just an observation, and I guess I would urge my fellow commissioners to take whatever steps we need to hear from the Local 685. I think the only thing that we are here to do is to hold folks accountable as a general proposition, right? And certainly the ordinance empowers us with that valuable authority. And I think I just having experienced any number of different entities refusing to show up in different iterations of this body, I have to say that it's disappointing, one, frustrating, two, but it also reminds me of kind of what we're supposed to be doing. And I think my recollection in the letter is that the rationale for them not attending is that the questions that we were supposedly going to pose to them interfered in some way or implicated some of their negotiations. My understanding is that the negotiation period has been going on now since April or May of 2021. If I think that's true, I'm not sure, but that's almost 10 months. Which, if that in fact is an appropriate rationale, then we will never be able to hear from them. And I think my observation, like as having sat here and heard really through the department, kind of explaining what the department's position has been, or what the department's limitations in executing some of the goals and that we've set, or for the department, we hear a lot about the limitations that have been imposed by labor, or we hear things about labor playing an active role in subverting some of the attempts to have the secure track location in other places other than Sylmar. And so I think I just would like to know, like, what are the issues that labor has that are preventing things like the secure track from happening in specific locations? What I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for any other commissioners, but myself, I don't understand the significance of the 56-hour work week, and why that is such a, it seemingly such a critical piece, when we all know that for many years, juvenile advocates in particular have questioned the value of something like that when it comes to rehabilitating youth. So I don't know where we are at this point, but legally or procedurally, but I would at least I can, speaking for myself only, I do believe that we need to take whatever the next step is to compel them to appear and just answer some basic questions. And we're not in any way trying to inject ourselves into any negotiations of any kind. We just want information, which we're clearly authorized to do under the ordinance. And having read the ordinance again this morning, there are limitations, there are legal limitations and confidentiality, but the confidentiality issues can certainly be cured through redaction. But I'd like to know, and I think it's pretty opaque as to why these issues are important to this particular union. And it would shed some light on maybe some of the challenges the department is facing, and ultimately the challenges that the youth and adults necessarily are impacted by.
Thank you, Commissioner Yamashiro. Either Alex or Wendy, I think at this point, maybe if Commissioner Yamashiro is requesting a motion for this, is that appropriate? Or are we asking the OIG to submit this request on our behalf? Can we get some direction here?
Provide some background.
1 second, Meredith.
I think I'd love to hear Don's background. I think as a point of procedure, a motion would be appropriate. And then Max is actually here to talk about what that process might look like and some of the questions. So the motion, I think, would be to suggest to take the next step, and what that next step actually is. We could get advice from County Council and OIG about how to go forward. Alex, is there anything you want to add to that?
Not at this time, Wendy. I'll raise my hand if something comes to
Great.
mind as the discussion continues.
Commissioner Meredith, you have some background on this?
Yes, I got to tell you, as a former union leader, I'm very familiar with the Millis-Myers-Brown Act and how it applies, and not defending 685, but understanding it is that if they're in the process of negotiations, as Chief Patino pointed out, they're not going to want to come and do any kind of negotiations or discussions in a public forum while they have ongoing negotiations. As far as compelling them, we can compel them as employees to appear before us, but we cannot compel them as union reps to come before us and tell us about the union. And I'm going to say that's based on the Millis-Myers-Brown Act and a whole lot of years of negotiating contracts. Now, historically, we've had this 56 hours, which has been around. So there has to be some documented history of how it came about and why it came about that we can refer to in the interim. And I just wanted to point out that I think we're getting sensitive grounds by trying to compel unions to talk about union issues during a negotiation.
I'm happy to let Alex answer the exact answer that County Council gave to that question, although Commissioner Meredith stated it pretty clearly. And also later on in the agenda, we are going to give an update about our report on the 56-hour work week.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, under the ordinance, the Probation Oversight Commission can subpoena probation department employees, and members of the union are probation department employees. That is separate and apart from the union as an entity, which is an independent entity, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you, Alex. Commissioner Yamashiro, would you like to ask for a motion on this issue?
Well, I guess I have a question. Like, so our power to compel is limited to probation employees. That's not my reading of the ordinance. I mean, I'm just so we're clear. I mean, obviously, the person or people we would be asking to come and explain some of the positions that the union has taken would be obviously a probation employee. But so I guess my first question is, I mean, I wouldn't want to take the temperature. I mean, I would say I would make a motion now to compel some representative to come to our next meeting to discuss some of the questions that have arisen regarding their position vis-a-vis the 56-hour work week, the location of secure track. I mean, I think we all have a host of questions about that.
I'd second that motion.
Okay. Commissioner Yamashiro, since we have Max on, when is Max still here? You say he was here earlier?
Eric is for sure here. I think Max is still here.
Since we have Max here, Max, you want to chime in before we move on with this motion?
Sure. I mean, I don't want to tell the commission what to do. I think it's up to you to decide what you want to do. But your commission was created because of a problem in probation, which is for many years, the Oversight Commission was told nothing. And whenever it would ask questions, it would be told some story, and the bureaucrats would decide what you were entitled to know, and then they would give you that much and leave it at that. And you all who have been here for some time, and even those who've heard the stories, know how poorly that went. And the board has now created your body for the purpose of having comprehensive oversight over the probation and to really get all the answers to the questions you have and then provide advisory opinions. So you need to decide how you want to go about doing that. I can think of different ways. You're right now having a bit of a conflict with some of the employees of the union, of probation who are members of the union, and I can see different ways to address that. You have some authority to direct people to come before you, talk to you. My office does as well. You have some authority to subpoena. As was just mentioned, there's always the issue with subpoenas of are they targeted at county employees versus people outside the county? And here, because we're talking about county employees, that makes it a much simpler question. But then you also have the issue of labor negotiations and how are they appropriately conducted. I think there's no question that this body can subpoena employees, including union employees, and bring them in and ask them questions. Which questions you can ask them may depend on what's going on in the larger negotiations, and I don't know that it's appropriate to interfere with those negotiations in a way even if it's legal, that it's a good idea in a way that's going to mess them up and not allow the people sitting across each other at the table to work out the details. We've all been involved in working on something, with our hands and carefully, and having too many cooks spoiling the broth is not a good thing. But that doesn't mean that this body can't gather information, that it can't demand to get the answers to the questions it has. The 56-hour work week that people have been talking about is a great example. There's different ways you could go about learning about that and forming an official position of this body to advise the county, the probation, and the board about what the balance is between the interests of an employee versus the interests of the youth. And you could do that through starting at the probation level. But if you feel like you're being stonewalled or not getting the answers you want, you're fully entitled to go directly to the folks who are involved in the negotiation. But there may be some limits on the questions you can ask. So whatever you want to ask us to pursue, OIG will work with county council to help you make sure that you get the information you need in some form that is legal and works with all these parties involved. But the current state of, well, we're just not going to talk, that's obviously not acceptable. So we got to move to the next state, and I'm happy to help you all figure out the best way to do that.
Thank you, Max. Okay, so the motion has been heard, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. I will be opening this to discussion. I see a number of hands here. I'll start with the first one, Commissioner Canales.
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner Carrillo. I'm just wanting to make comment on one of the callers that called in. I believe there's been a little bit of a misunderstanding in communication. I just want the record to show that I never did state, nor do I believe that, all we need is an expansion of the classes for the youth. I definitely think the youth need more programming, but outside of the facility, I have seen and interacted with them when they were able to take part in events with ARC and the Inspiration and the Hope, and those are outside of the facility. And so I just want the record to show that that is not the solution that I think the youth need, and definitely no more expansion anywhere within the camps or the facilities across the state. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nunn?
Yes, thank you. Going back to the motion, which before the vote, I want to understand that the motion was to take steps to compel certain employees, probation employees, to come in their capacity as employees to ask questions. And so just a clarifying question, I think, to our council here, does that mean that we could specifically compel Hans Leong to come in as an employee?
Yes, I believe it does.
And I would ask the commission to consider specifically asking whether, or in the motion, including whether it's other representatives as well, or other employees, I apologize, probation employees, to specifically include Hans Leong.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dupuy?
At risk of asking a question that might be commonly known, I'm trying to understand exactly how the questions we have would interfere with their negotiations. Like if we were to ask, what's the problem with a 56-hour work week? Can you tell us what the challenge is there? How would that, in some scenario, interfere with a negotiation? Someone answer that for me.
I'd love to hear Alex's perspective on this, but I will say that is part of the communication that the POC has had with County Council, and that there are some really obvious things, like we can't ask something like, "What's your strategy in the negotiations?" Right? I mean, that type of question seems to be a certain track of questions that would be off the realm of possibilities. And that questions specific to probation, like, what are the challenges and what are the benefits of the 56-hour work week aren't asking about any negotiation strategies. So that as long as the people compelled to attend are employees of probation and the questions relate to probation and probation policies, that we are well within the scope of how the POC was imagined. Alex, did I state that correctly?
Can I step in before you ask Alex to address that? Alex gives you advice, and she wants to do that enthusiastically, and I think she does. But you got to remember, her talking and me talking, and Wendy, anybody talking as a lawyer, these are predictions about what's going to happen with this process, and none of us know for sure. So the answer to the question of, how could that interfere? Well, that's ultimately a question that a court would decide if there was a challenge to something. So it depends on the question, but I could see hypothetically, as you've heard from one commissioner and one public commenter, and maybe in letters and communications, one of the positions is you can't even talk to him because he's the head of the union. Therefore, any words you speak to him are interfering with that process. Now, I think that's an extreme position. It's unlikely to be what the court would hold. But the reasoning behind it is that we're so trying to protect this negotiative process that a court could say, look, during this process, you shouldn't be messing with the head of the union. You should let him do what he wants and work with the union and represent freely. And if you have factual questions or other questions, ask anybody else. But why ask this guy? So I could see a court saying that, but I can't tell you if a court would say that. Alex can't tell you. None of us know. So you would have to kind of explore it. And there's a big continuum between not being able to even talk to somebody versus asking the third rail nuclear radioactive questions about, as Wendy said, strategy and inappropriate questions. And then in between there somewhere, there's a conversation you can have. So this body, I think what's happening is you're trying to open up a dialogue and get information that you're entitled to and not have a wall that you're facing. And so you're trying to get through that. Do you want to take a sledgehammer and start smashing the wall, or do you want to pick a little bit at the edges? One's quicker, but can wake people up in the morning. The other one's slower. So I can't tell you which one to do. I just want to caution you against having Alex opine too much on what the law is in a process whereby she and county council will have to provide you helpful advice. OIG will provide you some advice as well as we'll do the grunt work for you to kind of move things forward in that process. But I don't think we can just magically give you the solid answers. Having said
Max,
that,
I just
Alex wants to jump in. She's free to do so.
Alex, before you jump in, Max, I just want to address that the question that I really had was about, and I think you were referencing earlier that you all could help us understand which questions were appropriate and which weren't. And so I was trying to identify a specific scenario where if we were to ask about the challenges or the benefits of a 56-hour work week, was that particular question, would that be interfering with negotiations in some way? Now, I understand maybe you can't tell, but
No,
I thought
I think I can answer that question. I think that's a totally legitimate question that you can absolutely ask because it's exactly the sort of thing that in my mind everybody should be talking about and we should learn. It's a factual question. What Kine was saying is, does a 56-hour work week have a negative impact on the youth? Does it have a positive impact upon the employees? And how do you balance those? These are factual questions. There's a negotiation element to it as well. It's if you find out they're in conflict, who benefits and who loses, that's a negotiation question. But the factual question of what are we talking about? How do they work? What would happen? What would happen that's negative or positive for youth with a fixed 56-hour work week? What would happen that's negative or positive for staff? We heard a member of the public, who's a staff member, comment on not wanting to do a 56-hour week versus an 8-hour week. I think those are all totally legitimate questions. The only thing that's interesting is you're asking the head of the union to answer that question. It's like, well, why that guy? Why not somebody else who's an expert on it? That's the only thing that I say to you. A court could conceivably ask that question. Why'd you pick this guy? But I'm not saying you can't pick that guy. But I guarantee you there's a bunch of questions you can ask that are pretty acceptable. Whether or not that will trigger litigation and we'll have to resolve that, that's a separate issue. But I think there's a set of factual questions that are easy, that the answer ought to be yes, you can ask. And then there's a set of, as Wendy said, questions that are a little more strategic and a little more invasive that you're going to have trouble with if you try asking. But again, just predictions on what would happen down the road. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. And Alex, please feel free if you have anything to add.
I mean, I echo, Max's general statement that as we sit here today, we can't predict what a court would ultimately determine. And once, if this body does decide to issue a subpoena, there's any number of things that can happen after that subpoena is issued to resolve the subpoena and resolve this issue. I would just add that, Max, I believe I speak for Max and myself when I say that we would be happy to help you craft questions should a subpoena be issued, and we can ensure that they sort of navigate the difficult waters of the union issue.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Max.
Moving down on this list here, Commissioner Meredith, is your hand up from earlier, or do you have another question?
I have it up again, and this gets back to the big question about the 56 hours work week, forgoing the issues of 685 and not wanting to answer our questions or respond to us. Why is it the department can't provide us a historical purview of the 56-hour work week, how it came about, and maybe give us a copy of the exact contract language now so we have some foundation to work with?
Tino, can we have that from you?
Adam, I'm going to ask the commissioners before you answer. We're diligently working as a staff on coming up with a report. Have conducted a number of, I think it's in the realm of a dozen or more interviews about this, looking at history, interviewing lots of probation leadership and line employees, as well as youth and community members impacted. So we will have, from a staff perspective, a report on the history, benefits, challenges, et cetera, of the 56-hour work week shortly. I don't have a date exactly when it's going to be done, but I know that doesn't totally address your question, Don, but it is something we will be providing.
Yeah, and what I'll say, Commissioner Meredith, is I think, as opposed to weigh in as management in this conversation, there is. So I will just sort of be frank here, and as probation management, I don't want Probation Oversight Commission to be the forum for a labor management discussion, regardless of what's negotiable or not, right? So that's part of it, but there's sort of the informational route, which I think you're alluding to, Commissioner Meredith, where it's, hey, can we just get some detail and background about why this thing was put in place in the first place? What are the benefits of it? What are the challenges to it? Which I think is what Wendy, really what your team is seeking to accomplish, is to figure out. And what I will say, just in short order, we used to have 19 camps, now we have 5, right? Those 19 camps are spread all over the entire county. Folks may not live up in Lakeview Terrace, they may live in Pomona and be assigned over there. So we're trying to make accommodation for folks that may work there. So there's a conversation about, I think, best practices and what we know research says about client-centered services. But there's also the fact that this thing is in the contract, right? So trying to balance those two as a commission, I think, is going to be a challenge moving forward, because again, we can have the substantive informational discussion about this thing and what it is and what it does, but the fact that it's in the contract is where the trepidation comes in, I suppose, and where I'm sure folks feel that there's some protections available to them to say, well, we don't need to answer that because we only negotiate with management. We don't negotiate with the POC.
And that's 100%.
That's I'll leave that there. Yeah.
I'm looking for a historical perspective, that there has to be some historical perspective someplace that we have, or at least give us the contract language so we have a basis so we can kind of see where we're going to go. Because right now, I think we're getting into some very sensitive and troubling areas as you're both management and labor and negotiations.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Max again. Adam, I misunderstood your answer. Was your answer, yes, I'll provide that information?
Sure. I mean, you're asking for a copy of the contract, Don, or you're asking for historical information on the 56?
He asked for a copy of the contract. He asked for information about the way the 56-hour week works and probation's experience in the positive and negatives of it, and any additional information you have on that subject.
Yeah, so my answer, Max, is that the contract is actually public, but we can certainly furnish that for folks, and that Wendy's team is gathering exactly the information that I think Don is seeking.
So you've provided that to Wendy's team?
Me, management, no. Wendy's
No,
team is
you, the
seeking that
probation
through
department.
the probation department, yes.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I thought. The answer is yes, and I see Wendy nodding, and so Don's question is, can we get that? The answer is yeah, of course, and that's
We
what Wendy's trying to organize. So you'll get it.
we have faced no obstacles in getting interviews or other information about the 56-hour work week other than the declining to attend this meeting.
Got it. Thank you very much for that clarification, Wendy. I just wanted to be sure we weren't running into a block about getting that kind of basic information that this commission's entitled to.
I agree. And Adam, if you could just send Winnie basic, I just need the language on 56 hours in the contract. So thank you, Max.
Not a problem at all.
Thanks, everyone. Commissioner Yamashiro, I'm going to bring this back to you with any additional edits you want to give to that motion, but I think we're ready for a vote, Wendy.
Well, I did want to, since I appreciate Mr. Huntsman joining and kind of offering his counsel as well as Alex, but I did have a question especially since Max, since you have so much more experience, and I know that the oversight role of the POC is different than the COC, which I know you're obviously intimately working with, and to me, it's not really about subpoena. It's about getting the information, and the language in the ordinance is compel. And frankly, it's like, I don't care what you call me, just don't call me late for dinner. We need some basic information, and I think we are authorized to ask basic questions so that we can do our job and we can hold just entities, whether it's the probation department or the employees, accountable. And so I think from my standpoint, I guess my question for Mr. Huntsman is, I know that the chief. There's a relevance to the fact that the chief and the sheriff stand in different positions vis-a-vis the board, right? And so as a result, I would imagine that there are a number of interim measures that we could take as a body that don't require necessarily issuing a subpoena to compel, let's say, Mr. Lang or some other employee from the probation department to appear and at least answer questions. I don't know if that's true. I know that there's been some talk of that, but I'm curious, Mr. Huntsman, it seems like I don't want to go from 0 to 10 if there is a need to do that, because again, it's just about getting the information and doing it efficiently. And frankly, this was the second request that we made. And so I don't know when the initial request was made, but we're now 3, 6, I don't know, however many months behind what originally we had intended to do. So we would want it to be done as efficiently as possible. And maybe we need to set a precedent by some other means other than a graduated response. But I'm just curious from your perspective, like for us at this stage, because the chief is an employee and as well as Mr. Lang would be an employee, if that's the person we want to hear from. Is there an interim measure that we can take short of asking your office to issue a subpoena?
Yeah, I'm like, as I said, I don't want to tell you guys whether or not to be diplomatic or to be aggressive or something in between. That's your choice. But like I say, the aggressive one is issue a subpoena. Bring them in, ask them the questions you want to ask them. Take some advice from Alex and myself about what questions might get you in trouble and which ones won't. And then go straight to the questions that might get you in trouble, and then you'll find out whether or not they work. That's one option. Another option is what has happened in the past, where the commission just kind of does nothing and politely asks over and over and never gets an answer, and that's obviously not a good option. And then in between, if you want to be more diplomatic, sure, there's a way to do it. I think Wendy's telling you she's working on a report that's going to give you some solid factual underpinning for some of the building blocks that lead to negotiation. So I'll give you an example. From the sheriff's side, there's an old union agreement that gets in the way of the way that internal affairs operations are conducted in police shootings. And we have advocated with the county for many years that the county renegotiate that in order to properly conduct internal investigations. So I've been influencing labor negotiations legally by influencing the county and what the county does when it sits down at the table. And I think in that way, this commission absolutely can have an important role in this process, which I think you're already doing, which is saying, where do we think youth should be housed? Under what condition do we think they should be housed? And what are the challenges to that with respect to the employees in probation? Who do we have available to do the work, and how can we get the people we need? You can start with that process. You can work your way up at any pace you want in order to build a strong set of advisory opinions to the board about where the youth should be housed, why, based on facts that Wendy gathers for you. And then I think that would have a strong impact on the union negotiations, as I haven't seen happen in the sheriff's department with respect to some of the issues that we've raised because of the unwillingness of some of the parties involved. But here, as you mentioned, the chief probation officer reports to the board, reports to this commission at the board's direction, and you have a strong lever to lift a lot of weight. But that's going to take a little while. And as you just heard, negotiations are happening right now on something that's coming down the pike real soon. So I can tell you from my experience, the polite bureaucratic way of doing things is going to take you a while and is not going to get the job done in a quick manner. So I like that you're pushing a bit. How much to push, I can't tell you, but I think we kind of need a combination of those things. County council working behind the scenes to make sure that things go lawfully. This public body standing up and asking answers quickly. And then the unions representing the individual employees, because that's kind of how we hear the voice of the employees. As you heard from public comment, you can hear from individual employees about their opinions, but you kind of need the union to give you something about what overall the employees think, because they have the best barometer of larger issues. So I think you're using the right process, and however you word the motion, we'll work on making it work. And my personal feeling is that we can do some talk behind the scenes. We can give a kind of an order or get an order through probation for somebody to show up, or we can do it as a subpoena, whatever. If this body has a strong opinion, great, you tell us. If you don't have a strong opinion, you can ask us to figure it out, and Alex and I will put our heads together. Subpoenas always make me a little nervous because they're about testimony, as you know darn well, about facts and information. And so I think that's part of what's at stake here, but I think there's a larger, more complex issue about getting everybody to the table to work together that is a little different than a subpoena. Doesn't mean you couldn't use a subpoena and have an influence on it, but maybe a directive or communication is the way to go. But like I said, we'll go with either approach you want and work at trying to make it work. And either way, I think it's pushing this process forward, because as we've heard repeatedly from people, having it stall, spend months and months talking about things but not really get anywhere isn't an acceptable thing to do when we need to make some decisions as a county in the near future. And the board has delegated to this body giving it advice on some of those really important issues that the board is issuing motions about from time to time. So you really have a role to play to advise the board in its capacity of making the rules that the county follows. That is critical and is just as important as not interfering in a negotiation. I know that's a lot of double talk, but I hope it helps.
No, thank you. So may I ask Wendy or Chair Carrillo, sorry, is the record that was, is the letter that was sent to us part of the public record?
So it's not, but in this occasion, different than in the prior occasion, it was addressed directly to me. Actually, I'm sorry, it was to Frankie. It was to the chair of the commission. And therefore, I see no reason why it can't be made public. The prior letter was directed to Supervisor Mitchell, which is different. So it's really her letter. I wasn't CC'd on it, neither was Frankie. So I think we can make it public. I also just wanted to add that Commissioner Garcia-Lays and County Council and I worked through a process almost a year ago now where there wasn't anything to be compelled about what this might look like. And I think came up with a partial answer to the question that you made, which is that because of what Max just said about the chief being an employee of the board, which is different than in the sheriff's situation, that an order for something to occur could be that step. And I think that's a word that Max used earlier today when we were talking, that we could order something to occur and that the supervisors, if necessary, could get involved to enforce such an order rather than it being a court that gets involved in the subpoena case. So I don't want to get into semantics around the legality of those words. I think that's exactly what Max is saying. He and county council can work with, but that there was the agreement that that might be the appropriate method for the first official statement, because our letter said we officially request. So it was still asking as a voluntary participation.
All right, well then, to answer the chair's questions, I'll revise the motion just to make sure it's kind of in light of the conversation, or I can just start anew, whatever procedurally I need to do, but I'm ready to do that now.
Kind, just because two more hands came up, let me hear what they have to say before you actually get that motion going. Commissioner Lewis, and then Commissioner Dupuy, if you have something else to say, please follow Sam.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just going to mention, I think when considering everything that Max said, time frame and just overall, like, we should approach this with a certain level of urgency. I think we all know that, as the number of youth that are in the secure track facilities is growing. But not only that, we're fast approaching the deadline when they're going to close the DJJ facilities, and these youth will be in LA County. And like, we need to know, there are answers that we need to know so that we can move forward to create this space for our young people so that we can get them on track to coming home. And be in a safe place where they can actually have the opportunity to be ready to come home. And if we don't approach, in my opinion, if we don't approach this with a sense of urgency, and I think using the subpoena power of this commission to get basic answers, we'll be here 6 months from now, and that number in a secure track facility will have doubled. And we'll be that much closer to the DJJ facilities closing without answers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dupuy?
Yeah, I just want to just follow up, and not to derail things even more, but I think, Kind, you mentioned earlier something that resonated with me, which is just we need to go the path of like least resistance to get the information we need to move forward. I don't want us to get caught up in any politics of like requesting a certain person with like who might be adversarial to our requests or wanting to respond to us. I just want to get the information, right? And it's really simple. And I'm wondering, to that end, have we attempted to even ask the folks who work consistently at Kilpatrick some of these questions, rather than going through the union? And would that be a useful strategy? I guess as a follow-up.
So yes, in fact, that's exactly what Sarah and Erica are doing in these interviews. It's specific to the 56-hour work week, but I will say that was also specifically what we requested from the union. So we've conducted a number of interviews. Sarah might actually be able to tell me exactly what that number is, if you want to chime in, Sarah, but that we are asking those questions directly, and people are answering the questions, I think, quite honestly, and that's what we're prepared to report back to you as soon as we can compile that information.
Can we then not move in a direction based on those responses and make recommendations?
I think of course you could if you wanted to. Yes, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. I mean, you don't need to hear from the union to make a decision as a body. I think actually asking the staff to do these interviews and the research is you asking to get the information and make an educated decision. So certainly there will be, I hope you'll know more as soon as we're able to have that conversation. And also, I believe there are quite a few probation employees who are regularly on the calls and on this call today who might be open to talking to commissioners about it individually.
Yeah, that's great, because I'm just, again, just hearing Max saying like, this is, could be, we could just get a lot of pushback, and, I'm all about pushing the envelope to get the information we need if we need to push an envelope. I mean, is there any, and maybe this is a question for my fellow commissioners, is there anything that we think we could gain from a union rep here as opposed to the interviews that are being conducted already?
Can I jump in, Commissioner Dupuy? I think I don't want to, and I think this somehow I think my original request was misinterpreted to mean that we are only interested in the 56-hour work week. I mean, there's a whole host of issues, whether it comes to the the opposition to the elimination of OC spray, to just there's a number of different policies and positions that apparently this is the problem. Is like part of this is speculation. We only hear this third hand, or we may have heard representatives mention it in different meetings, as Mr. Bell mentioned earlier. So I don't think it's limited to the 56-hour work week at all. So I don't want to, if your position, I don't disagree with you that we should try to get to the information as easily and as seamlessly as possible. But I think we're sitting here, we've had questions for this local, and I think that the first letter requesting that the opportunity to come to the meeting and just have a conversation about what the union's positions are on some of these really important issues. That letter went out that was like fall of 21, right? Or at the very end of the fall. And we're here in February and we have nothing. And this is the pattern in practice. It unfortunately was the pattern in practice of the department historically. And now it's seeing itself repeated, and we're here with nothing. And so I don't disagree with you. If there were a more efficient way of doing it, I suppose we would have been able to capture that method at some point, but I don't think that there is. And so, I guess if you want me to revise it, I'm happy to revise it, or if there's more discussion, I'm happy to, just tell me what to do.
No, I'm happy to. I think that's fine that we move forward. That now that I understand that actually this is the most efficient way to do it at this stage. I recognize that when we first sent the letter, it was definitely the most efficient way. And then since time has passed, we've made a number of steps to try and get some of this information, maybe not all of it in its entirety. So if going forward, this is still the most efficient way to get the information as fast as possible, I completely support that.
Thank you. But the discussion continues. We have Commissioner Vice Chair Jackson and Secretary Canales.
I'll just comment quickly. I do think it's important to move forward with a motion to compel the union to come to a meeting and answer questions, but I do think it's important to be very deliberate and thoughtful and careful about how we do it, and to perhaps work with OIG or work with Mr. Huntsman and Alex to come up with a very clear list of questions to be sure that we're asking the right people those questions, and maybe some can be redirected one direction, and then the ones that are focused for the union can be very concentrated. That's my opinion, but I am comfortable moving forward with the motion this morning.
Secretary Canales.
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner Carrillo. And I definitely reiterate everything that Commissioner Jackson just stated. And one of the reasons that I think it's so important here to move forward with this motion is because, in Mr. Hutchinson's own words, in the past committee that presented questions never got the answers. So I don't feel that we're being, demanding or pushy here, or trying to just, show any kind of power. I feel that we just really realize that this is the only way. This is the only way to move forward, to get some answers of questions that have been asked even before us, right? And so thank you for that.
Lastly, we have Commissioner Meredith, and then the floor is yours after that time.
Yeah, exactly what questions do we want besides a 56-hour work week? I'm hearing about pepper spray now, and I'm looking, what is the list of questions we want them to respond to? I'm curious.
Well, I can only say that in the letter that we sent them, the questions were limited to the issues around the 56-hour work week and transferring the current youth who've been dispositioned to the secure track to Kilpatrick.
So then our request should be limited to that at this point.
Why?
Well, because we're trying to focus and get something done in time critical. The 56-hour work week seems to be a real issue with moving people into the Kilpatrick. All the other questions are going to just bog down what we want to accomplish.
So what would the downside be to entertaining a motion today to compel Mr. Liang or any other person that we subsequently decide we want to have here, and then as we would under any normal hearing, each probation commissioner or oversight commissioner would be, it would be fully within their rights and authority to ask the questions that they want to ask. So I agree that we might want to compose them ahead of time, but now's not the time to compose those questions. We don't need to compose those questions before we make a decision about whether or not someone actually needs to be present to answer those questions. So I disagree, and my motion will not, unless someone tells me otherwise, whatever motion I'm going to put forward shortly will not name a person in particular, nor will it, unless I have to, nor will it circumscribe any of the probation commissioner's ability to ask questions of that person if and when they appear.
I think I'm ready to hear your motion.
Thank you. So in light of the fact that we have made at least two requests in writing of a member from the local 685 to appear and answer questions from the commission regarding certain policies, I would request or make a motion that we get the assistance of the Office of the Inspector General, as well as County Council and the Probation Department, to compel individuals to be named at some date prior to the meeting to appear at the next Probation Oversight Commission meeting. And I don't have that date in front of me.
Okay, Wendy, can we get a roll, please?
Yes, I think for.
Oh, forgive me, get a second before we go.
Yes, and
I
if
guess
Commissioner Lewis is okay with the, I mean, is that a new motion, or do we have a second on that motion?
I would second that. So I Chair Carrillo second that motion, and if it's a new motion, it just sounds like it's a new motion.
Okay.
And so
I'm happy to call the roll. If you can unmute yourselves, Commissioner Canales,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupuy, Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis,
Aye.
Commissioner Meredith,
No.
Commissioner Nong,
Aye.
Commissioner Yamashiro,
Aye.
and Chair Carrillo.
aye.
Okay, the motion passes.
Okay, thanks everyone. We're moving on to item number 4. It is 11:13, so let's get this going. We will discuss and take, oh, forgive me, that was, yep. Item number 4, we will discuss and take appropriate action on updates of the permanent site selection for youth on secure track related to the closure of the State of California Department of Juvenile Justice, DJJ. To start this conversation with the Chief Deputy Adam Bettino, will be Chief Deputy Adam Bettino, followed by members of the JJCC JJRBG subcommittee. Mr. Bettino, the floor is yours.
Adam,
Actually, yeah, I want to
before you
defer.
start-
I'd like to defer to the subcommittee actually, and go that route.
that sounds great. And so we have a number of subcommittee members on the call, though I'm not sure all of them are still here, but it included at one point Luis Rodriguez, who I see is still here from the Public Defender's Office, to Pau Osborne, who is from Laco, right? Yes, thank you. And also Patricia Song. And so I think, Patricia, if you have a moment, I know you have another meeting, but we'd love to hear from you.
I'll try to be brief. Good morning, commissioners. I've been listening intently to the last conversation, which I think is really relevant to the work of the JJRBG. And I should explain the multiple hats I wear in this conversation. I serve on the JJCC, have been part of the JJRBG subcommittee that had been convened by the board starting in January of 2020. I also serve as a consultant to the Burns Institute, facilitating 100 plus stakeholder process to reimagine the youth justice system. And that body delivered its recommendations in 2020 alongside a set of recommendations, even ahead of legislation being passed at the state level, to propose initially what DJJ alternatives would look like. And that is in a report from December 2020 from what was called the DJJ transition team. That actually predated the JJRBG, and I continue to serve in that capacity as a consultant for the Youth Justice Reimagined process. Some of that then does connect back to the JJRBG's work, including in particular around thinking about transformative staffing for any secure track site. So the board last year in September did set forth in its motion to strengthen the LA model to prepare Kilpatrick also as a temporary secure track site, some pilot of credible messengers, and that process has been moving forward too. But really, I think overall, it is important to appreciate what you all have been discussing, some of the barriers to moving forward with Kilpatrick, the barriers to designating a permanent secure track site, the sense of urgency that Commissioner Lewis named that we all really hold close to our hearts as we work to get through this morass. And the JJRBG, I think it's important to know, has not been convened since December. At that time, we took into account all of what had happened across throughout the year, right? So we had designated Campus Kilpatrick as the temporary secure track. We made some initial recommendations in June of last year. The board directed a number of community engagement strategies. It directed a facility assessment process that was carried out by an architecture firm that also brought us a report in October of last year. And when the JJRBG convened in its last meeting in December, took all that into consideration and in many ways reiterated what it believed to be some of the feasible sites and what it ruled out as infeasible. At this point, the board has not chosen a permanent secure track site, and no young people have been transferred out of Barry J to Kilpatrick, and that is quite concerning to us. In terms of what I hope will happen to move forward, I think the JJRBG is waiting to be reconvened. There are both the barriers, including labor negotiations, that we would like clarity about. We've been hearing about the labor negotiations for about a year at this point. Sometimes it is confusing understanding whether they are formal negotiations, which they were characterized as such at some point last year, and then it was updated to us that those were actually informal negotiations and meet and confer processes had yet to begin. That's all to say that the information that the JJRBG receives is something that really is critical to us being able to be effective. And we, like the Probation Oversight Commission, is constantly asking for that. But there are also practicalities, as we have heard here and elsewhere, around space issues at Kilpatrick, around the 56-hour work week. I do think that the JJRBG wants clarity around the timeline, the costs associated with preparing any particular facility, including Kilpatrick, to be able to accommodate young people. And alongside has been really requesting that some immediate process be undertaken to do individual assessments of each of those now 17 youth awaiting placement, right? They've already been dispositioned to secure track, and whether any of them can be moved and currently served by current staff, current programming as is at Kilpatrick is worth considering because of the time that has taken to get any sort of agreement to be able to designate a facility as a permanent site, or even to really prepare Kilpatrick to accommodate a whole cohort of secure track youth as a temporary site. There's more that I can say. I'll open it up to my fellow colleagues on the JJRBG. I'm sorry that I have to run. I just want to say one last thing, that in addition to designating a site and to preparing Kilpatrick as a temporary site, and I think there's an urgency to move young people out of Barry J, because Barry J was never designed to be a long-term commitment facility, right? Barry J is a jail. It was designed as a mirror of adult jails. And young people can testify to that. I think many staff can. I, as a defense attorney, having gone in and out of facilities, can attest to that. So there's urgency to get them out of there. I think moving them to a different space within the same juvenile hall is not what we're asking for either. So until we designate a site, it is hard to move forward with programming, with transformative staffing, and other equally important measures to implement local alternatives. And I really hope that the Probation Oversight Commission can serve in some capacity to get out of this sort of stalemate that I think we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Patricia, for that. And for some technological reason, we're not able to promote Tapao Osborne to a panelist. So Janae is going to unmute Tapao. And I will just say that Tapao and Luis were not intending to join us as panelists today, but I wanted to invite them both, as they are members of the RBG subcommittee, if they have any comments about the progress to share. So I'm just looking at the list here. Janae, if you can, Tapao, you're unmuted, if you had anything that you would like to add.
No, I think that Patricia really kind of summed everything, all the work that, that we're doing very well. A very intense focus on programming. We focus on the areas to which, we can move forward on. There has been a stalemate, like you said, in certain areas, just due to general processes. And we're hoping that there is some movement there. But in the meantime and in between time, we've been, focusing on programming and with the credible messengers. And what does that look like? Wherever we are, what does that programming look like? And what do we want it to look like? And then physically, who are we going to have a part of that process? And so definitely commend my former committee member, my co-committee members in that effort, and really researching and spreading out our arms to really figure out who's going to be who needs to be incorporated in the support system for these youth in programming, whether that be education, whether that be just career building, whether that be soft skill building, or just social emotional support. What does that look like?
Thank you, Tapao, and thank you again for stepping up at the last minute. We appreciate you always attending these meetings, and thank you for that addition. Luis, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Wendy, just briefly, Patricia did a great job really summarizing what we've been doing. But I do want to highlight two things that she brought up. We cannot move forward until a location has been designated because, again, staffing and programming, we just can't do it in that kind of vacuum. And the other thing that she highlighted is Barry J is not the place for SYTF boys. It's just not. She plainly said it. It's jail, and that's not what we're looking for with Youth Reimagine and everything that we've been tasked with. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that conversation?
I do. A few things. First, thank you, Luis and Tapao and Patricia for being here today. Thank you for all the hard work that you've put in on the subcommittee. Part of the reason I want to address one concern Patricia raised, part of the reason we haven't had public meetings is because we really want to make sure that we have something to present and discuss. It's really difficult, as I'm sure the commission can appreciate. It's difficult to get, kind of the nitty-gritty work done in a public meeting. And so we have been meeting in some smaller groups, some kind of ad hoc subcommittees to discuss various things around programming. And I want to be clear that the youth who have been committed to SYTF are receiving programming. They're in school. We've expanded mental health services, public health services around substance abuse treatment. We're seeking sex offender treatment programs and things like that. Although the setting is not ideal, and I think everybody understands and appreciates that. One thing that I want to raise is that, and I want to be clear that wherever we decide is the permanent site is going to need some significant renovation. We do not, even the camps that have been raised, as potential permanent locations are 60 years old. The camps in Laverne they were built in 1960. Same with Camp Scott and Scudder in Santa Clarita. The only facility, that there sort of seems to be some consensus around, right, at Campus Kilpatrick as a temporary site. At the rate that we are growing with this population, that's just a short-term option. I can't share today exactly what we believe it will cost to build kind of an ideal program at one of these, at a camp, sister camp, the two that adjoin either Scott Scudder or Page Raffle-Law. But the analysis that we've received about the potential work to Camp Miller should be an indication to all of us that this is going to be a significant capital investment, and we're going to face some significant time lost related to environmental impact as well. Not to mention as we've done our community engagement, some of the responses that we've got from community folks in these areas. And so we need to move forward with the decision. Absolutely. My biggest concern really is about capacity. And I don't know, we have to think long-term about this population. We're very focused in the short term about what we do with these youth that we have now. But longer term, we're looking at juvenile max commitments, right? The huge benefit here is that none of these young people have to go up and serve time in state prison. They can serve their time here locally for the most part. We're not sending youth out of the county any longer, but some of them are receiving sentences for 5, 6, 7 years. And so, the normal attrition that we see with our juvenile hall and camp populations, it doesn't factor in here. So we're going to see this population sort of grow and compound, and we need to have a serious conversation about what type of investment we're willing to make to house up to potentially 150 young people. If trends continue the way that they have historically for us in the youth that we've sent to DJJ, we're looking at getting to about 150 within a couple of years. And we have not, in my opinion, really been thoughtful enough about the population growing to that point. There's ways in statute that we can shave time off for young people. There's things that we can do, those folks that are working through a program. But it does not mean that we'll have young people in the community within a matter of months. It means that they will still be committed with us for some time. And so we have to have some serious conversations about some of that. There's a tension, right? And I've talked about this a lot. This tension to move quickly, to take care of the young people that we have and do the most that we possibly can. But we can't rush these decisions because we may find ourselves in a situation where we're asking for taxpayer investment in multiple sites throughout the county. And then we are, in fact, violating some of the tenets in the Youth Justice Reimagined work, because probation would be then increasing our footprint. And that's the last thing that we want to do, is to have multiple new camps open up for this population when we've done excellent work decreasing the footprint. As I said, we used to have 19 camps. We're down to 5 at this point. I think it was even more than that at one point. So these are all things that are part of this discussion while we seek to solve staffing, programming, all the other issues that are at foot. This is a massive, massive policy change for Los Angeles County and every county in the state of California. Most of our other counties, we're finding out, are housing young people in juvenile halls as well, while they're trying to sort through and figure all of this stuff out. So I appreciate so much. Trust me, we're living this day by day in all of these conversations. This is a huge policy shift for all of us. And so we're really trying to make the best possible decisions as collaboratively as we possibly can. I just want folks to appreciate the capacity issue and the fact that we are really seeking to decrease our footprint as much as possible. We do not want to be opening up multiple new facilities spread all throughout the county that we have to staff at far distances and things like that. I'll stop there, Wendy. I'm sure there are lots of questions, and I know there's probably public comment on this issue as well.
Yes, go ahead.
I think before we get into public comments, I think we need a 10-minute break. So it's 11:30 now. We will resume at 11:40 sharp. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Commissioners, as you're returning, if you could turn on your cameras for me, just so I can make sure we have quorum as we get started here. Still waiting for a couple people to come back. Thanks for joining us, Deputy Chief Fletcher. We appreciate your multitasking this morning. Okay, Frankie, I think we have everybody out. Well, let's see. Dominique is back. Commissioner Nong is back, but she's gonna be off camera for just a minute. So we do have quorum if we want to get started. We have quite a few people signed up for public comment on this issue.
Let's do it because we're behind schedule, Wendy. And also, I want to limit the public hearing to 1 minute versus 2. Get us back on track.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, Jennifer, if you can change the timer to a minute, I'll give you a second to do that. How fast you are. And we will begin first with Jennifer Simpson. Jennifer, you have a minute.
Okay, thank you. I am here today to speak against the idea of having your high security prison put in our 100% single family home, North Laverne community on a single lane road up to a dead end, up to the highest point in our community. I have sent you, I've been in construction. I've run the company for 40 years, not 8. And there is no way. We own property just down the road, 14 acres, and had 15 years of problems with Fish and Wildlife, with all the fire department requirements, the traffic and the control and single-area access, that I honestly don't think that the company that did your research on Afflebot page to increase that to 150 kids plus staff plus roads, I have no idea how the company even recommended Laverne in this area for your camp. I say you go to Whittier Narrows, find some space and build a brand new facility in a local area close to where.
Thank you. That's your time. Next up, we have Krista Newble. Krista, you're unmuted. Krista, can you hear me? Let's go on to A. Gilbert Ivy. We'll come back to Krista. A. Gilbert Ivy, you have 1 minute.
Yes, I want to thank the commission for taking the time to work on this. I know it's a difficult task. I've spoken before about this, and the bottom line that I heard in the comments from staff this morning troubled me because I already have a sense that the recommendation is to head to one of the camps, specifically in Laverne, possibly, for this secured youth facility. I'm 100% against it. I think the vetting was not done properly. I think you guys are rushing through this thing wildly. And I don't think you have even all the answers necessary to make a true decision. I don't think you push back on the state on its decision to spread these people out to the communities. And I implore you to delay your decision until we have facts in our face that shows us that the only option that you have now is to go back to the Barry J. Nidor and make that a full-fledged facility for the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just realized, Janae, that I have gone out of order in this because we did have a few pre-registered people. I apologize for that. So we're actually going to go to Marcia McLean next. Just give us a second to find you on the participant list.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to mention that it was mentioned by Adam Bettino about the expense. And when considering Camp Scott or Scudder, the expense would be out of sight, and it is not safe for the residences surrounding it, and it is not safe for the potential inhabitants. So please do not choose Camp Scott and Camp Scudder for the best interests of your finances and for the young people that would be housed there.
Thank you. And next we're going to go to Terry Prentice. Sorry, this is taking us a second. Terry, you're unmuted. You can begin.
You were tasked with making a recommendation for the site of the new SYTF, and one of the criteria was to be centrally located by a geographical and demographical perspective to be more available to outside support personnel. The white paper lists several areas for objective review. The fourth item listed as concerned is environment concern, flood or fire zone, but you have Camp Scott, Page, and Apperbaugh on your short list. Santa Clarita residents have made note of Scott being in a floodplain, and Page and Apperbaugh are in a fire zone immediately adjacent to the Angeles National Forest with a history of major forest fires in the past 20 years. Spending millions of dollars on SYTF in a flood or fire zone is not responsible. The Nydorf facility is located near the 210 and 5 freeways, and as such is available for public access from north, south, east, and west. It is situated centrally from a geographic and demographical perspective. The previous history of Nydorf or any other facility is not relevant to a reimagined or newly reconstructed
That's
facility.
your time. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Stephen Ward. Stephen Ward. You can begin.
Thank you very much. I'm disappointed to hear that there's no real progress on any kind of recommendation from the subcommittee. I understand that it's a difficult task and this is a total overhaul of the system, but not having any answers as to the cost to scale or reimagine any of these camps makes it really difficult to provide public feedback when we don't have that information on what it would cost to be able to expand this up to 150. I agree that Nydorf is probably not the best facility for these youth, but we need to get them out of there and into Kilpatrick at some point. But if we are going to choose another camp for a permanent secure youth track facility, we need to be able to have those figures available on what it's going to cost to actually scale these facilities. I don't believe Laverne is the appropriate location due to the being in a fire zone, the proximity to public transportation, the proximity to the homes, and the facilities themselves for trauma-based treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Don Hutchinson, who's not on our list. If you're calling in and would like to make a comment, please dial *3 on your phone, and that will raise your hand and we can call on you. So next we'll go to Tim Ori. Tim Ori. Tim, you can begin.
Hello, I live in the 5th District. Much debate has taken place regarding the DJJ population. It's time to hone in on what is most important to move forward with juvenile justice reimagined. I agree, Barry J. Nydorf presently isn't a fit with the county's vision to do better, but the county is legally obligated to make renovations at Barry J. These renovations will benefit the juvenile population under the county's care and supervision now and in the future. It's not about what Barry J has been, it's about what Barry J can become to reimagine juvenile justice. I'm calling upon each commissioner to support the county's commitment and objective by recommending Barry J as a permanent SYTF. It's your opportunity to do what is right and be financially responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Joy Ori.
Good morning. During the January 19th Public Safety Cluster meeting, Mr. Bettino stated there's $25 million set aside for renovations, and they don't want to spend millions of dollars on a facility that will fall short on capacity. This was mentioned at today's meeting also. The most recent facility inspection report of this commission identifies capacity for Barry J. Nydorf at 584 and 92 for Camp Scott. It makes sense to proceed with Barry J. Nydorf. The state-required renovations will benefit the full complement of the juvenile population under the county's care and supervision now and in the future. It's not about what Barry J has been, it's about what Barry J can become for juvenile justice reimagined. Help to make that happen. I urge each commissioner to support the county's commitment and objective by recommending Nydorf as the permanent SYTF.
Thank you. And I believe, Janae, that's the all the pre-registered folks. And now I'm going to go back to the list of hand raised, and we'll start with Krista Newbold.
You got paid for all that, homie?
Krista, you can begin. Okay, we're going to move on to Jeanette Son.
Hi, thank you for taking a minute to listen to me. On previous meeting, I heard that you were thinking about possibly taking youth from other counties. I just want to stop that right now because it sounds like we're not going to have enough room for the ones we're going to have from our county. In addition to that, with respect to Patricia Song and Luis Rodriguez, I disagree that Barry J. Nydorf couldn't be made a permanent facility. I listened to previous tenants, residents of that facility who said there was food with maggots. They were upset about being shackled to and from court. These are kinds of things that would need to be addressed at any of the facilities. And I think you've already have a list of things that need to be done at that facility, plus the capacity seems to be available to the most amount of youth. So my vote would be for Barry J. Nydorf. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up, we have Damon Ayala. Damon, you can begin.
Okay, hi everybody. Good morning. This is Damon, USC intern with Dignity and Power now and LA Youth Uprising. I just wanted to say that, I know what this is all about. You're going to get a lot of pushback. You guys going to have to start overlooking that. I mean, people are acting like they're concerned about the safety of young people with fires and floods, yet they decided to move to those areas. They complain about property values going down, but yet they've gone up. They skyrocketed just like everywhere else. And, when they moved into those areas like around Laverne and stuff, no one got the feedback or no one pushed back. There was no NIMBYism from the camp population back then because they don't have a voice. But now in this day and age, they have a voice, and that's us. And we're advocating for them to go to the safest place possible, put the investment in the proper facility. I'm not saying it should be Laverne or Kilpatrick or anywhere else. What I'm saying is it's no to Nydorf and do the right thing and put the safety and well-being of the young people first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lily Brainerd. Lily, you're unmuted. You can begin.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Adam Polino and the Commissioner. And I followed this case since last December. Actually, from the news, a lot of pushback from the community. So I think not just because my backyard, because everybody will think about, oh, not my backyard, but you guys are professional. Because supervisor, they just vote on the vaccine mandate this week. That will really cost the short of a staff. So you guys really face the challenge for short of staff in the future. So please make a smart professional recommendation to them because the service is so important for the young juvenile in the future. Up to 25 years old, they need service. It's mental challenge. So Laverne definitely should take up from the consideration because it's such a long travel far for all the stuff. It will be made harder, not just the fire risk zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, and I apologize if I mispronounce this, is Dina Sale. Dina, you can begin speaking.
Yes, I am calling regarding the placement of the secure treatment facility. There was a discussion at the Public Safety Cluster meeting on January 19th about the past issues at Nydorf. And when Mr. Patino was asked if this facility could be reimagined to overcome those issues, his answer was yes. Any facility chosen will need to be renovated to suit the new model. Given all the proposed changes to Nydorf, the capacity and the central location, this facility makes the most sense fiscally and logistically. It will be the least disruptive to the minors and most cost effective for the county as a long-term solution. In an effort to reimagine the criminal justice system, we should not be reimagining the communities that these facilities reside in. The law-abiding, tax-paying citizens of this county deserve your respectful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a call-in user number 47. Your number begins with 401588. You can begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Zoe Rawson with Arts for Healing and Justice Network and LA Youth Uprising. Calling in on behalf of probably hundreds of young people that I've worked with over the course of 25 years. Most of which have had really horrendous experiences with police, probation, and carceral systems. I'm thinking specifically about two young people right now who fought to have this accountability, this oversight of probation because of what they've experienced. It's because of community that we actually have the POC, and so when folks come in and believe that your role is to protect them, that's really frustrating for me as a youth worker. And the two young people that I'm thinking about that fought for this, they were fighting for their community, not just their own personal interests. And one of them is no longer with us. They passed away in
time, Zoe. Thank you. Next up, we have Janae. Next, let's go to Linda DeRosier. That's my best shot at that. You're unmuted. Linda, you can begin.
Hi, I'm Linda DeRosia. I think the Nydorf site is the most practical and economical way to go. I agree with all the statements that have been made regarding this facility. It will be also benefit to the employees and the families. And services in that area are more attainable to support your goals. Make the investment in this option and you'll be more visible and real to the people, the population it serves. And why would you want to do anything else? It's there, use it, and update it. There's controversy there. It needs to be corrected. So I think correcting this would be the best interest for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Danita Beauchamp. Danita, you can begin. Danita, can you hear us? All right, we'll come back to you in a second. Let's go to call-in user number 4. Your number starts with 323494. You're unmuted. You can begin.
Hi there. I want to echo all the oppositions against this plan to repurpose Camp Scott. My vote is to be for Barry J. Nydorf as the permanent location due to safety and budget. We pay Miller Ruth in the community for a reason, and it's not safe for the community and also for the potential inhabitants of the facility who are young people. Thank you all for your time and consideration for all of our safety concerns.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Ezekiel Nishiyama. Ezekiel, you can begin.
Hello, thank you. Ezekiel Nishiyama with ARC. Calling in to speak to the fact of the young people that are stuck in Barry J. Nydorf. I hear people calling in and the first sentence they're saying is put young people in Barry J. Nydorf, but these people have never spent a day or night inside the Barry J. Nydorf facility, let alone nights in the compound facility where you're away from your family, where you're locked and cast away from society. And that's not how we should treat young people that are at most risk, that want to come back to the community, that are going to come back to our communities because they're not sentenced to no life sentence. They have 3 to 4 years and they're going to come back. So it's our duty to treat them. And we hear pushback because prone to fires or prone to the safety. Look at Camarillo, for example, where DJJ youth are housed. Young people are right next to the community, and never once have you heard about these young people hurting anybody in that community. Right
That's your time. Thank you. Next up, we have Millie Kakani. Millie, you can begin.
Hi, this is Millie Kakani with Children's Defense Fund again. We all know that every single one of these facilities is flawed, so far from perfect. And yet, the fact of the matter remains that there are simply 4 facilities to choose from: Page, Athlebot, Scott, or Scudder. So while the residents of those communities are angered, concerned, That's not going to change, and neither are the number of facilities that exist. So ultimately, these young people are going to be in your backyard, so it is on you to figure out a way to make it work. Mr. Bettino said something about we don't want to rush these decisions. You've been engaged in this process for over a year. And the folks who are creating the barriers to moving forward, essentially the department that you're charged of running. We know that your own staff reached out to the Board of Supervisors stating that they would like these young people to stay at Barry J. And while other counties are using juvenile halls, none of them are deemed unsuitable for the confinement of youth and the subject of litigation by the Attorney General and the subject of such horrific atrocities as outlaid in the Probation Oversight Commission's inspection report.
Thank you, Millie. Janae, let's go back to call-in user number 47. Nope, that's Zoe. Can you remind me which was the call-in number that we didn't get through?
I believe it was call-in user 4.
Okay, let's try that again. Call-in user number 4. Your number starts with 323494. Can you hear us?
I already spoke.
Okay,
Do
thank
you
you.
want me to say it again?
Nope, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so next we'll go to Pam Barry.
Hello. The reports from staff in a recent meeting indicated that progress and growth in restoration of youth has been going well where they're currently housed. Camps Nydorf and Kilpatrick should remain permanent. Barry J can be reimagined and redeemed. There are so many possibilities that would make it totally, truly an LA model by reforming it and making it better. It has the capacity. It would be less expensive than any of the other locations. It's secure, it's accessible to services and to families. And that is my request. I would appreciate seeing this totally reimagined, the use of that word.
We're having difficulty hearing you, Pam.
Should I start over?
I think if you want to just speak for another 20 seconds or so, we're happy to let you finish your comment because it cut off about halfway through.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I believe that Barry J. Nydorf, in the full potential of the word reimagined, can be redone and redeemed and make it something that is truly a reflection of the LA model. Closer, it's got the capacity way more than any of the small camps do. It would cost far less to do it, and that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to call-in user number 55 with phone number 951212. You're unmuted and you can begin.
If the JJRBG's main objective is to have long-term positive impact on the lives of the youth, why is Camp Kilpatrick's location only being utilized as an interim facility? As Commissioner Lewis has said in the past, the community needs to assist in the rehabilitation of these youths. How can this be successfully achieved when moving the youth to a location where the community is not in favor of housing these youths? Also discussed in Monday's meeting, many of the youth have trust and relationship issues, and the employees at Camp Kilpatrick have worked extremely diligently to build those relationships and establish rapport with the youth. Relocating these youth to a new location would be a detriment to the ongoing efforts of positive change. Probation employees have also stated that they would not make the commute to the very east end of LA County. It would be too far great a distance. That would only exacerbate the already huge personnel issues that face the probation department. Mr. Bettino has also stated that the population will only increase, and camps Afrabah and Page are much smaller facilities and can only house 1/3 of the youth.
Time. Thank you. Next, we have Masis Hagobian. Masis, you can begin.
Thank you for agendizing this important issue and for the opportunity to speak. My name is Masis Hagobian, and I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Santa Clarita. The city has engaged the JJRBG and Board of Supervisors on the unsuitability of Camp Scott for nearly a year now. Camp Scott's structural conditions are severely dilapidated, and the facility lacks the amenities and capacity to incorporate the programming, safety, and treatment prescribed in the LA Model and Youth Justice Reimagined report. As is recommended in the Youth Justice Reimagined report, and I think in an opportunity to incorporate the input of both youth justice advocates and many members of the public, I encourage this commission to consider recommending Camp Kilpatrick in conjunction with Camp Miller to serve as the county's permanent security youth treatment facility. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final public commenter will be call-in user number 30. Your number begins with 661296. You can begin.
My name is Sue Fisher. I live in Santa Clarita. Since when do we take a facility that is mismanaged and no longer in good shape, throw it away, and spend the money to build other camps that can't hold the number of inmates that are required? Why not take the money and make that into a beautiful model for the rest of the United States? It's a huge amount of property. Their high school was once considered best in the nation. This is terrible. Let's think this over and really do what's best for these inmates. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair Carrillo.
Thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, any questions or comments? And I'll be looking over at the raised hands. I see Secretary Canales. Okay.
That's from before, I think.
Any other hands? Okay, we have no comments from the commissioners. Wendy, anything you want to add to this before we move on?
No, thank you.
Okie dokie. We'll move it on to item number 5. Item number 5 will be discussing and taking appropriate action on the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission's 2022 plan for conducting inspections of juvenile camps and halls. Erica, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Carrillo, and thank you, commissioners, for this time to talk to you about this calendar year's facility inspections. Before diving into this, if you would oblige me with a couple of minutes just to ground us, to focus us back on the children and the youth that the reality is living the incarceration in these facilities that we're about to speak of. So with that, I'd like to show a slide. Jennifer, please. Just to channel the spirit of these youth that I find to be very strong, resilient, and full of potential. If we can just focus a couple seconds on this slide. Thank you. Thank you for that. So with regards to inspecting, planning, and scheduling inspections for this calendar year, I want to acknowledge the role, or remind us of the role of the POC commissioners in these inspections. Obviously, you know, the acknowledgement that the inspections from 2021, excuse me, and the findings there are currently in the media and are being talked about. Excuse me, my take on that is because we care so much about the safety and welfare of these children and youth, and that is what our commission is tasked with, you know, inspecting, looking at the facilities to ensure just that. With regards to just highlighting some of the findings from last year, you know, obviously there were some physical concerns around particularly Barry J and Central Juvenile Halls. I believe the report also the 2021 report also illustrated some photos of some of the physical structure at Central Juvenile Hall, which are, you know, obviously very concerning. So looking at that landscape and what we want to move forward with in this inspection cycle, I'm going to outline, just share with you the 3-point plan that was kind of developed, and of course with the support of the commissioners and ongoing feedback and our collaboration with the BSCC, we hope to achieve these goals. So first, we are coordinating, our commission is coordinating with the BSCC in planning and scheduling so that we don't overlap efforts, and we also are maximizing the commissioners' time and that we're efficient. And likely, just to share with you that the inspection cycle for the POC will begin the beginning of summer. That's the plan for now. Number two, we want to really look at not only the findings, but procedurally how these inspections were done in 2021, lessons learned, again, how we can be most efficient and focus on the safety and welfare. And with this point, we want to increase opportunities for these inspections to include more youth voices, more time for the commissioners during these inspections to talk to young people, as well as to talk to staff to get a better pulse of information of what may be going on at that particular site. Number three, which I think if you read the report, there's a big gap, if you will, around programs and services. You know, it was a consistent piece of feedback, whether you spoke to young people, staff, partner agency staff at the facilities, that there's holes in the programs offered, mindful, intentional types of programs were needed. So I believe we found an ally with Chief Karen Fletcher with that, to partner with her on one, inventorying what already exists within the facilities, how we can maximize and bring in CBOs, partners that are youth-centered, as well as hearing their voices on what kind of programs are important to them, what would they like to see, what types of services could help them transition back to the community. So those are the three main points that I wanted to share about this inspection cycle. And I'll open it up for questions or thoughts from the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Before we do that, Wendy, do you have any comments on this from the public?
Well, I would please ask if people who have their hands raised could put their hands down, because it looks like everybody who has their hands raised spoke during the last item. So if you could put your hand down and then put it back up again if you want to speak on this item, that would be great. If you're a call-in user, to put your hand down, you dial *3 again. Same thing you dial to put it up. I think I'll go ahead and call a few names here just to see. Oh, thank you. Some of you are doing this. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's call a few names here and take some comments. Again, we're going to do 1 minute. So we'll start with Ezekiel Nishiyama. Ezekiel, did you want to comment on the inspections?
I don't think he's connected to audio.
Okay, great. Let's go to Jeanette Son.
Hello.
Jeanette?
Thank you
Yes.
Thank you for listening. I think it's important when you're doing the inspections for the housing of the youth that you look at very detailed I don't know if the word is egress, how to get in and out of those facilities. So for example, in an emergency, how easy is it to get in and out of that, whether it be a flood, a fire? How would you get those people, those youth, in and out in a secured fashion and in a quickly, because a lot of these things happen very quickly. Also, what's the access to public transportation and freeways? How far out is it? I think that's a very important thing. And I know that some of the previous things that you guys looked at did consider those things, but some of the feedback or the answers were incorrect. So thank you for listening to me today. I super appreciate your time, and I thank you for your help.
Thank you. Danita, did you want to make another comment on this issue? Danita Beauchamp? Janae, are you able to unmute Danita? I can see it flashing, but it doesn't seem to unmute.
That's what's happening on my end also.
Okay, and then the final person signed up is Damon Ayala. Damon, would you like to make a comment on the inspections issue?
Yes, I would. Hi, yeah, this is Damon, USC, DPN, and LA Youth Uprising. I had to drop off the call a little bit, but I hear you're talking about this. So I just wanted to know if these inspections include community-based organizations, credible messengers, and if not, maybe someone can address that, whether they do or don't. And if they do, how one can get involved with any type of inspection. So you can have like a third-party involvement with it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next we have Lily Brainerd. Lily, you can begin. Lily, did you want to make a comment about inspections? Okay, so I think, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I want to appreciate because I didn't continue finish just now. So I just appreciate all your work because it's a lot of work. So I'm thinking the staff, they should get more pay, definitely, for the overtime, for the headache, and then their risk. Think about in the future. The consultant staff, they need to deal with the up to 25 years old. It's very hard. So the LA model, the update will make you guys' job more difficult. So the budget should not go to any facility update. That's big waste of our tax money. The money to go to the service, increase their pay, and get more stuff to help the young juvenile. So that's the point. So please make the professional recommendation to the supervisor. They are too busy. They are just really, sometimes they make bad decisions. They based on your professional recommendation. So please, after today, we don't want to argue about something very far risk. Just think about what is the best for our young juvenile. Just thank you for all your job. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, Chair Carrillo, I think it would be a good idea for Dr. Reynoso to explain how our inspections are similar and different to the BSCC inspections, just to clarify some of the questions for the callers.
And Wendy, if I could
Yes?
interrupt, I think we need to hear from calling user 55. Did we hear from them already?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was, thank you, Janae. Call-in user number 55. Your number starts with 951. Did you want to make a comment about the inspections?
Yes. The question I
please.
have is, what is going to be, just as the previous caller spoke of, is there going to be some kind of independent third party that is, accompanies those that will be conducting these inspections? And what guarantees will be put in place that these facilities don't fall to disrepair in the conditions that they're in now? I mean, we're talking about Camp Alpha Bar and Page that is 60 plus years old. How did it get to that level of disrepair? Why wasn't there ongoing assessments being conducted and repairs done as needed? And now we're having to deal with decades worth of detriment to a property. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will turn this over to Dr. Reynoso, although your independent third party are the 9 probation oversight commissioners that are appointed to do exactly that work. So Erica, can you talk a little bit about the overlap and not overlap between us and the BSCC?
Yes, so my understanding is the BSCC, they, it's more regulatory. They're looking at different, more in-depth things about facilities. Our Civilian Oversight Commission does a thorough inspection of each facility as well, but not to the level or capacity that the BSCC does. What we're striving for this year is to connect with the BSCC to see ways that maybe we can help each other to look at some things that one or the other group might not have the capacity or have been looking at in the past. Our commissioners, and I would welcome their speaking up, those that maybe did some inspections, because I can't speak for that process myself. But they took a full day of their time to go through a template that was 12 pages, looking at different areas of a particular facility, from the kitchen to living areas, dorms or units, the medical observation areas, school, spoke with mental health service partners. So they were in teams all over the facility conducting the inspection, as well as took some time to talk to young people at each inspection, about 3 or 4 young people on average per site, per commissioner, I'm sorry. Yes, so I think if that helps to clarify, I would invite the commissioners who partook to maybe share some experience or feedback.
Thank you, Doctor. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I'll just follow up on that, in that the commissioners do a thorough inspection for Title 15, but we also talk to staff, talk to the youth, and we'll talk to the youth privately so we can get their input and insights to what's going on. And same thing with staff. So there's a lot of communication that goes on when we do these inspections, and of course what we also see on our own.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Okay, double checking here. Doctor, I don't see any more hands, but thank you so much for that great presentation, and thank you for all your work. We will be moving on to item number 6.
I think I saw Commissioner Jackson's actual hand.
Oh, the actual hand. There it is. Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was struggling with that. I kind of just wanted to echo first what Don was saying, in that, yeah, we do sort of inspect for compliance based on BSCC regulations. We also do interviews with everyone from leadership to the youth. I personally find it more fulfilling and insightful, informative to interview the youth. We get a lot more perspective, a lot more of the true experience of what happens in the facilities from them. And so what I'm hoping to see in this sort of next iteration of our inspections this year is that some real sort of action being taken based on what we find in those inspections. I know that Chief Gonzalez is scheduled to report back to the board soon, right, Wendy? What I did want to know was sort of what we're expecting to see happen at that time.
That's a good question. And actually, maybe Karen or Adam can add to that. What I know is what is written into the request that was made by Supervisor Mitchell's office at the board meeting, which is asking the chief to respond directly to some of the concerns. It says the halls specifically, but then also mentions some of the issues in the report that are specific to Barry J. Nydorf. So I think that is the expressed intention. What's interesting about it is that those are items, as has been mentioned, that were brought up in our inspection report, which was actually conducted prior to the BSCC final inspection period in November. Our inspection at Barry J, I believe, was in September of 2021. So hopefully a part of that will be for the department to address how they have already addressed some of these issues, and if some of them are outstanding, how they are intending to address them. Anything you'd like to add to that, Karen or Adam?
I don't think so. I know Karen's on, but I think we're still kind of rounding out what our presentation is going to look like and exactly what will be shared. Some of these things are still kind of under review internally. So, I will share, though, these are things that we were made aware of, that we were aware of and have made some strides to resolve. So that'll be part of our presentation, is what's been put in place as a result of these findings. And Wendy, as you mentioned, right, those are inspections that happened several months ago, so things that we've been chipping away at. And so that'll be, I'm sure, all part of our presentation, but we're kind of pulling all the information together now as we speak.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, if there's no other comments on this issue, we're going to move on to item number 6. And seeing no hands, we're moving on. Item number 6 is the Executive Director's report on the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission's progress towards completing its 2022 strategic goals. This month's Executive Director, Wendy Julian, will report on updates to the grievances and complaints procedures, research into the 56-hour work week, training updates, and progress on developing and data dashboard. Wendy, please proceed.
Thank you. And I'm going to be giving these reports more often in an effort to keep you all and the public aware of what staff is doing. Now that we have 5 and soon to be 6 staff members, we're actually significantly more able to move forward on your behalf with things that you delegate to us. So first, I just wanted to acknowledge that I love February. February, of course, is Black History Month, celebrating Black excellence, Black resilience, and also love in terms of next Monday. So I think that's important to think about our work in terms of how we are addressing justice and injustice, and also thinking about our role as your role as commissioners in bringing a sense of justice and love to the youth and adults served by the probation department. And in that sense, we are also celebrating today the anniversary of the Probation Oversight Commission. So this commission launched in February of 2021, and I'm extremely proud of the work that you 9 and the staff members have done over that year. In particular, I think we've been very successful about our community engagement efforts and look forward to continue those. And it just so happens that one of the ways we've been able to do that is by running efficient and effective meetings, which could not have happened without Janae Perkins. And it happens to be her birthday today. So happy birthday to Janae, and thank you for making these meetings run so smoothly from behind the scenes. So with respect to the grievance and complaint procedures, you all delegated to us the responsibility to review the department's grievance and complaint procedures. We have had a really strong collaborative experience with the department in doing that. As you all know, Jennifer Ochoa Garcia presented the result of our inventory, and she now has completed, and it's been reviewed by all of us actually, a draft of the grievance recommendations. It is mostly about grievances, although there are some issues related to complaints. If you'll recall, the distinction is grievances are things that happen in the halls and camps that are initiated by a youth who is incarcerated in the hall or camp. A complaint is everything else, something about a hall or camp made by not a youth, or something about adult or field services. So we will soon be sharing that report first with the department and then with the public. And I'm really pleased to report that while we have been doing this, the department has already made some significant improvements to their policies and training. Some of that is required by the DOJ settlement, but some of it is not, and things that the department has done on its own to improve the policies. We mentioned at length our work around the 56-hour work week, so I won't share any more about that, except for that if you are interested and are a probation employee or a person who has been impacted in any way by the 56-hour work week and want to talk to Sarah about it, we encourage you to write us an email at info@poc.lacounty.gov, and we'll get back to you. We have been conducting quite a bit of training, planning for training that Dr. Reynoso is spearheading. It includes training for commissioners, some virtual, some in person, and she is continuing to work on that. Also, the probation department has been very welcoming in terms of staff and commissioners attending the probation training opportunities. So we've been taking advantage of those, which give a really helpful window for commissioners and staff into who probation officers are. To sit with them all day in training gives a really good sense of that, as well as some of the techniques and adult education practices and other pieces of training and the topics of training, of course. Also, as you know, we have been looking into promotion and hiring and other personnel issues. We held a very successful town hall on Monday that had over 100 people in attendance, many probation employees who were willing to speak, even understanding the challenges around that. And so we look forward to having further conversations. And then finally, the biggest area of interest, I think, to our staff at this time in terms of transparency and how we move forward is around our data. So you've heard us talk, we had a town hall about it. Commissioners Yamashiro and Dupuy have been leading the efforts on the subcommittee. There are a lot of real and perceived challenges from getting data from the probation department. I think I'm not speaking out of line to say that it hasn't been the culture of the department to share data transparently with the public or with the former probation commission for that matter. And that has changed. And the leadership of probation, as well as other staff within probation, I think have understood that the need to share data and outcomes is not only the right thing to do, but also crucial in order to measure the success of the department and to look at areas where things could be improved. So I'm happy to say that there has been some concrete tangible improvements in this over the last just 2 months, which coincides not surprisingly with Sarah's joining the team so that we have someone focused on data and research completely. And that is that we are now sharing on a monthly basis the population data in the halls and camps. You're going to be getting an email if you're on our mailing list, which you should be. Go to poc.lacounty.gov if you want to be on our mailing list. It's going to go out probably Monday, but maybe tomorrow if we can get it together, which will have the newest information as well as how to access it. And Sarah and Janae are working diligently on our website so that we will be able to provide data there. Also, just in the last week, the POC has been shared, probation shared with the POC some quarterly data that they provide internally to look at the actual outputs and outcomes of their different divisions. And we will be able to share that with you all shortly as well. So actual progress and also continued collaboration and pushing on our behalf around getting the department to share data for all of our benefits. So that's the extent of my update, Chair Carrillo, and thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you, Wendy. So you're not off the hook yet. Do we have any live or public comments for this item?
So everybody with their hand up has spoken on the last issue again. So I'd ask for you all to put your hands down if you don't wish to speak. And you can raise your hand if you do wish to speak or dial *3 on your phone. So Janae, did you say that Danita is not connected to audio anymore when we tried to unmute her last time?
I will try her again right now. It just blinks. It doesn't allow me to unmute. And then Thomas Bell signed up. He's not online.
Is Thomas still in the meeting? I see him in the meeting.
Yes.
Thomas, are you wanting to make public comment on this issue? You're unmuted if you want to speak.
No, that's okay. I'll do it on the last one.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Jennifer, can you pull up the timer and we'll go to call-in user number 48. Number starts with 866931. You're unmuted.
Yes, thank you for the recognition. This is Mel Bailey. I just wanted to personally thank you for the opportunity that you allow for our employees to be able to speak up at the town hall. And I know a lot of people enjoyed it. I know they, kind of wished it was a little bit longer, a little bit more availability for staff for employees to be able to speak, but we understand the time constraints and collectively looking forward to the next one. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So then we have Lily Brainerd. Lily, did you want to speak about this topic? Or is that still?
Yes.
I just want to bring up. Actually, I'm Danita's neighbor, so I know what she want to talk about the news this morning. The fire in the Laguna Beach, and then they have to mandate evacuate because the fire very quick because the wind. It happened in the night. It happened in Laverne, Camp 3 weeks ago. The windstorm, okay, the windstorm happened, and then out of electric for more than 2-3 days. And then we read from the news, they evacuate the Camp evacuate like in the night. Okay, they all just live in Laverne, but we might not be that lucky in the future because the Santa Ana wind gets stronger and stronger. Our city just recovered from the windstorm last few days because more than 70 trees cut down, and then that area, Camp actually is it's just right in the middle of the wind. It's very dangerous. So this one is from this morning's news.
Thank you. That's your time. And that's all the public comments we have on this item.
Thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Don't see any hands raised. So two things to celebrate: 1 year anniversary and Janae's birthday. Congratulations to all of us, and especially obviously Wendy. I'm looking right at you. Thank you for keeping us all together. I will be moving on, if there's no other comments, to item number 7. Here we go. Item number 7 is a report on updates from the Los Angeles County Probation Department on the implementation of the plan to phase out the use of OC spray. The January 14th progress has been attached to the agenda, and Chief Deputies Bettino and Fletcher will discuss the report in greater detail. Mr. Bettino, you can start us off.
Sure. Thanks, everybody. Happy birthday, Janae. Do it that way. You guys can hear me? All right. So so one of the things I absolutely need to highlight is we discussed it earlier in the meeting. Omicron really did kind of wreak havoc on our facilities. We had, as we have been reporting publicly, have had a lot of our institutions sort of on quarantine. We had a lot more staff testing positive than we did during the surge last year. And so that we kind of had to scramble a little bit and started to deploy some of our field staff into the institutions to lend support just because we were short staffed. And so we slowed down our training blocks as a result of that because we just frankly did not have enough staff to run the day-to-day in the institutions. And so we wanted to slow down on the training blocks. We're getting ready. Once we get, I think, through Super Bowl weekend, obviously things are looking a lot better. Our positivity rates are going down just like the rest of the county. We should be able to resume training, the block week training in the coming weeks, and have a plan to do that. So we'll continue that through really through the summer and the fall because there's so many staff who need to be trained, and we want to make sure that we're keeping class sizes small and all of that. So the training should commence in the next few weeks. The other thing that I want to share is we had a graduation of our juvenile corps, I believe 2 weeks ago, and they have not been issued OC spray. And so the big change for us is this is kind of the first step towards removing it. As we continue to train folks, what we hope is kind of on the back end to start removing spray from the folks who've been trained, and then we will not be issuing them on the front end. So over time, there'll be kind of a meeting in the middle of folks who don't have it. We're still looking at the plans that we had submitted so long ago. Somebody mentioned to me yesterday that we're in month 35 of a 12-month phase-out plan, which is obviously unacceptable, but we're really taking a hard look at it now to see what changes can be made given the population being low, the number of staff that we need to kind of work through to get trained. So So again, the good news, we have another class in right now going through the academy. That's another class who I believe it's about 15 folks who will not be issued OC spray when they hit the line. So that's really the big update. We're continuing to look at the trends in the data. And I'll just share, you know, it's here in the report. I don't know why. We're doing some analysis to try to make some determination, but we did see an increase through the fall, so October, November, December, of incidents, especially at Central Juvenile Hall. So we're taking a look at what potentially could have happened there during those months. But you will see in the data that there was an increase of incidents during those months. So that's all I have by way of update. We'll continue to report back. We want to make sure that we're providing meaningful data. So I know there was some conversation about frequency of these reports because we felt like monthly data isn't telling us a story necessarily, and so we may want to do you know, every other month or something like that, so that the data is a little bit more meaningful. We can certainly report on the training numbers and the other parts as often as needed, but we want to make sure that we're telling a story with this data and continuing to dig a little bit deeper on it.
Chair Carrillo, that was all I was going to say, is that we had agreed as a commission to go to bi-monthly reports. So the next report will be mid-March. We do have some hands raised, although they may be the same hands. But we can go ahead and try this. And I'm going to please respectfully ask that folks comment only on OC spray elimination. Oh, I see Frankie's having some bandwidth issues. So if you have a comment about OC spray elimination, you can raise your hand. So we'll start with call-in user number 48. That's 866-931. I think that's Mr. Bailey. You're unmuted. Mr. Bailey, did you want to comment on OC spray?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back to call-in user number 55. That's 951-212. You're unmuted.
I have questions about what efforts or devices are going to be used in lieu of the OC spray. Is it just strictly de-escalation discussion, or what types of procedures are used in lieu of not having the OC spray for the employees anymore? In all the meetings that I've listened to, they've talked about this, but they have not specifically stated what methods are going to be utilized. That's my question. Thank you.
Great. I would like for Chief Patino to answer that question, or Chief Fletcher, but let's finish the public comment. We've got Stephen Ward. Stephen, you're unmuted.
Thank you. And I've reviewed Mr. Patino's letter providing the update. It is concerning that there seems to be an uptick from the summer of the use of OC spray as we're trying to phase it out. Applaud you for training the new cohort, and they're not going to be issued it. But I didn't see any commitment or indication in your most recent letter about when OC spray will be eliminated completely. And so I'd just like a little bit more clarity about a firm deadline, when we're going to get everyone trained, but also, take this out of the facilities and stop using this kind of chemical on our youth that are in our custody. Thanks.
Thank you. And Chair Carrillo just lost his Wi-Fi, but is working on reconnecting. So Adam, can you address those two questions?
Sure. So I will take the first one that was about what replaces the OC. So really what we're talking about is a recommitment to de-escalation and building rapport with young people. We've been training on trauma-informed responsiveness. We're continuing to train around restorative justice practices. So the idea would not be to replace this tool with another, I suppose, physical or chemical intervention, to be frank. It really is seeking to train and retrain our folks on de-escalation practices and building rapport with young people. There's also a call to modify ratios in terms of staff to youth ratios. It doesn't mean new staff necessarily, but it means redeploying staff in a little bit more meaningful way, so that we have more staff available to run programming. And one of the things that we've discussed this morning and continue to discuss is programming. What we've seen, unfortunately, during COVID, I think, is a lot of idle time for folks that have been through facilities, whether camps or halls. There's some concerns around some of the idle time that our kids are experiencing. And so trying to just infuse more meaningful programming throughout the day, we think will continue to decrease any use of force incidents, because kids are busy, they're engaged, they're moving throughout the day in a much more meaningful manner. So when we talk about tools, again, we're not talking about anything that would be akin to OC or chemical intervention. We're talking about really some of the softer skills that we think our folks can engage with. And remember, we only have OC in our 2 juvenile halls. We do not have it in the camps. And so we're saying something, by our practices, that somehow the juvenile hall youth are different than the camp youth, when we know that that's where our kids start their journey. And so, I think we need to take a serious look at that, we have youth with us for a longer stay in camps, yet we do not have that tool, and we're able to run youth through successful programming there. So I'll say that. And then in terms of a hard and fast deadline, that is tricky, and it's something that we are discussing internally. The phase out plan that we issued to the board initially called for sort of a voluntary phase and then moving to a restricted phase where maybe the supervisor or the officer of the day would carry it, and then ultimately moving to an option where it would be locked somewhere within the facility, probably the supervisor's office or something like that. So those are the phases that we originally called out. To be totally honest, with all of the things going on, we have not really taken a good hard look at those timelines as they existed before to kind of reinstitute and re-implement. And we need to get a more clear understanding of how we want to work through phases and report back about truly kind of targeting a date. That part of the struggle too is it takes so long to get so many people trained effectively that by the time we train the last group, we'll need to retrain the first group, if that makes sense. And so really trying to make sure that we have everyone understands and has has been retrained and refreshed in all the ways that are meaningful, so that they're no longer using this as a crutch, that it's not something that they feel like they even need to be effective in their job. So still working on identifying hard and fast dates.
Thank you. Next up is commissioner comments. If you have anybody want to make a comment about this, as I wait for you to put up your hand. There we go. Commissioner Nong.
Thank you. I appreciate the report. I had 2 comments and you addressed them both, Mr. Bettino, actually. So one is that I'm really grateful that you're looking into the increase in the number in the Fallout Central. And I was just going to ask that when you report back about the reasons you found, if you could also include the responsive actions that you all have taken to hopefully prevent that and have the numbers go back down, ideally to 0. We're getting there. And then the second thing, I also just really wanted to thank you for adding and breaking down the data even more in response to the request from last time. And I was actually just wondering whether you could look into being able to provide a more detailed level of data that you provided back in September, and it was broken down by detailed location, the type of incident, so it went all the way down to units. And amazingly, you did that for like 3 years, but it'd be interesting to see if you could just have a recent breakdown of those. I think that'd be really, really helpful. That's it for me.
Sure, we can have the team start digging in on that.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Thank you. Anyone else, commissioners? Okay, so hearing no further comments, I think we'll move on. The next item is number 8, which we took earlier in the day. So we'll move on to number 9, which is matters not posted on the agenda. Do any commissioners have any comments not posted on the agenda? I do have one, which I'll begin with, and you can raise your hands if you have others. That is that we were hoping today to share the report that many of you have worked so diligently on the state of education in the halls and camps, but decided it wasn't a good idea without Commissioner Garcia-Lays here, since he has been the driving force behind the report, and he is traveling today. So we're actually going to schedule a special meeting to deliver the education report to the public. I will say it has already been shared with LACO, and we have had some back and forth iterations, changes, discussions about it, and presenting it publicly on March 1st. I want to say it's at 12 o'clock. Is that right? I should have had that written down. Janae, is it 12 o'clock March 1st?
Yes, that is correct.
Great, thank you. And then we will have our next commission meeting on March 10th. And also have another town hall in March to be noted soon. Commissioner Yamashiro and then Commissioner Meredith.
Thank you. I just wanted to put out there to other commissioners. I mean, one of the things that, and I don't know, and forgive me if this topic is going to appear on a future agenda that I was not privy to. But one of the things I've been worried, or not worried, but I've been thinking about are the programming for adults who are under supervision, both in kind of the programmatic, kind of just like maybe a survey of the services that are being provided adults under direct supervision, and also in light of the fact that the populations in the jails have been so dramatically reduced, and then the bias, I believe rightfully so, towards field supervision for pretrial defendants in the adult system, whether or not just to kind of get an overview of what's been going on with that. I don't know if, so forgive me if that's something that we've already agendized for some future meeting, but I just wanted to put that out there to my other commissioners. I don't know if this has been a topic of conversation, but something I think we might want to take a look at.
Thank you for that. I will add that to the leadership agenda where we determine the agenda for March. Also, I will say that there may be some updates to discuss about that, given what happens with the motion that is in front of the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday the 15th. So I think it'll be appropriate to discuss it in March. And also Dr. Reynoso is working on this inventory of programs and services offered, and started with the facilities, the juvenile facilities, but we are ready to move forward into juvenile field services and adult field services as well. So that will be something definitely staff is working on, and that we will be prepared to report back to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as an aside, other issues that will be on the March agenda include the probation's budget, as well as an update on the citation diversion program, which also may have some updates after next Tuesday's board vote. Commissioner Meredith?
Apparently kind was reading my mind, because I was going to talk about the part that we do have the LDOT site, and it seems to have gone under the carpet and we haven't paid a lot of attention to it. So I will support what Kind said, plus I'd also like kind of an update on AB 109 and how their services are working.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so that brings us to the end of our agenda and an opportunity for public comment for items not on the agenda. So if members of the public will do me a favor and raise your hand, either by clicking the raise your hand button or by dialing *3 on your phone, we will take a minute of public comment from everyone who signs up. We're going to start with Stephen Ward. Stephen, did you want to make another comment, or is that your hand up from the last time?
No, I would like to make another public comment if I can.
Please proceed.
Thanks. I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing from me. I just was hoping for a more productive meeting in the future, because it doesn't seem, I know this is a monumental task that the JJRBG subcommittee has in selecting the secure youth treatment facility long-term sites. And I know there was mention of, some informal ad hoc meetings going on outside of the public sphere. So I just was hoping in the future, in future meetings, if you could bring both cost analysis for each facility being considered to reimagine it in the LA Youth Reimagine, vein, as well as to be able to scale up to 150, as Mr. Bettino had mentioned, as well as timelines that it would take to reconstruct each facility to be able to house that. And then a consideration of if we need multiple locations in order to have a treatment first approach to these youth, having 150 in one location might not.
We have Tapao Osborne. Tapao, thanks for joining us today, and we will give you a minute to speak, and you can begin.
I just want to clarify really quickly whether there will be also a public comment, like an additional public comment, because I actually want to comment on the original when we're talking about MDTs. So should I wait on that?
No, please go ahead.
Okay, my apologies.
Actually, Jennifer, can you restart Tapao's time again, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Tapao Osborne, Coordinator 2 for the Division of Pupil Services with LACO. I just wanted to clarify some things in regards to the MDT process and girls, so especially in the halls. So some of you may not be aware of AB 1354, which required a transition meeting for any youth that had been housed in the facilities for longer than 20 days. So any youth that's actually in the halls longer than 20 days, male or female, has a quote unquote transition meeting and this is actually only mandated for education, but we've actually come together and brought in probation, brought in health services, and brought in DMH. And so that the student has a comprehensive transition plan in the event that they do leave for education, for health services. So every student does have an MDT process of sort. And also at Kirby and the Hall and any other camp, all students do have a comprehensive MDT process.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, and we'll reach out to you if we have any further questions about that. I appreciate it. Okay, we've got a few more hands up here. We've got call-in user number 55. Your number starts with 951212. Let's go ahead and unmute you. You can speak.
As the sheriff's property assessment report listed, the age and physical disrepair are the largest issues that face the Laverne camps, and instead of spending money on improving the safety and physical beautification of the property, that money could be utilized to create sleeping quarters for the staff at Camp Kilpatrick, as well as on the actual programs and education for these youths. Ultimately, it is about making a lifelong, lasting positive effect on the youth, and permanently housing them at camps Afrobal and Page is certainly not the avenue for what is best for these youths and all of their stakeholders involved. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this is for public comment for items not on the agenda, please. We're going to go next to Estella Morales. Estella, we're going to unmute you. You can begin. Stella, can you hear us? Okay, let's go to Thomas Bell. Go ahead, Mr.
Hello. First of all, I want to the commissioner that said earlier to, suggested that you guys talk to the officers at Kilpatrick and see what they want. I just want to thank her for that comment. A lot of times they feel like we're being ignored. And also with the 56, once again, if the commissioners don't didn't hear me the first time. We do not want the 56 gone. It's more beneficial to us than it is harmful. It's a whole lot beneficial to us as well as the kids than it is harmful. And if you guys need some exec person to come and tell you the same thing, they will. But if you subpoena them, just remember they're coming in as employees, not as union execs. So your answers may not be what you want to hear. Just a food for thought.
Thank you. Next up, we have call-in user 48, which I believe is Mr. Bailey. Go ahead, Mel.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple points on non-agenda item. However, I think it really should be an agendized item. It's the same concern that I have, that we have these very fruitful conversations. However, we're missing two parts of the equations: the survivors, I won't say victims anymore, but the survivors who are not justice involved, because I do admit that some of our justice involved are survivors, but our non-justice involved survivors, as far as this conversation, as well as the courts, again, we really need to introduce them to these conversations. And my last point is, I would ask for this committee for the commission to take into consideration looking into some of the positive things that we're doing. We have a lot of community advisory committee meetings. I hosted one this morning. There are a plethora of other probation employees that are doing these things with community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and credible messengers.
Mr. Bailey. And our final speaker will be Lily Brainard. Lily, you can begin.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. One thing I really concerned is about the safety for the staff and the young juvenile, because after the update, the different age mixed together. How could make sure the younger age, they will not get attacked, get bullied by the older age? Actually, they literally go up to 25 years old, career criminal. Actually, it's very difficult for the younger juvenile to get hide from the bully or attack. It just will be a serious problem. And of course, the staff, how the staff's safety. It's not allowed to have guns, spray, anything to protect themselves. Actually, when it happened, I don't know if any extra equipment or facility security to protect staff and the younger age juvenile. So this is a very big concern. I think the budget really should prepare for that. How to hire some people who really protect themselves for the staff. The money definitely should not go to update the old facility like the Laverne Kilpat.
Yeah, that's your
final one to say.
We're going to go one more time, Janae, really quickly to Estella Morales, just to see if Estella can hear us. Estella, can you hear me? You're unmuted if you want to speak. Okay, so that is all of our public comment for today. I don't think Chair Carrillo got back on, right? So thank you all very much. Unbelievably, it is 1:03 p.m. So I think that since Chair Carrillo is not here, Chair Jackson, can I ask you to adjourn the meeting and just ask if there are any final comments? Oh, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's cutting in and out, but I think we can.
Okay, it looks like there's a list of commissioners who'd like to give final thoughts. I want to give them a chance to do that, starting with Commissioner Yamashiro.
Sure.
No, sorry, my hand
Okay,
up.
you put his hand down. Okay, Commissioner Nong, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, I wanted to just thank all the presenters and all the people who called in. Just always appreciate your comments. And I also just want to clarify, because I hear some frustration, and Wendy did this earlier, but want to clarify that we are not the body that makes any decisions regarding DJJ site selection. That is the Juvenile Justice Courting Council. And then within that, the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Subcommittee. So all the reports and things and decisions and the recommendations are made by them, with the ultimate decision being made by the board. So just wanted to make that clear to address some of the frustration I'm hearing from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nong. I want to thank everyone for all of the information that was shared today and all of the action that will take place as a result of that information. being shared. Commissioner Dupuy, do you have your hand up? Okay. No, okay, sorry. And for all those who commented, for all the public comment, I'm seeing that there are no more comments from the commissioners. I'm going to adjourn this meeting. It is 1:05. Thank you all for your time and have a good day.
Thank you.